Meteorologist Robert Speta, and thank you very much for jumping on our stream here at firstcoastnews.com, as well as streaming on multiple social media platforms, and of course on a Roku Fire Stick and First Coast News Plus. Today we are tracking a line of storms. This is actually a live look out at the Suwannee Rest area. This storm and this line of storms has already produced some severe weather across the Florida Panhandle. For example, in Pensacola this morning, we had a wind report of 70 miles per hour. Currently, we are under a severe thunderstorm watch for a good portion of the First Coast, basically all areas north of I-10. That is until 10 o'clock. So this line of storms is moving at a decent clip off here towards the north. Not only there, but just a broader look of things as well. We have a tornado watch that's in place for South Carolina and North Carolina, with multiple tornado warnings active just east of the Charlotte, up towards the Roanoke area and Raleigh-Durham as well, kind of out ahead of that. Due to a little bit of the different ingredients in the atmosphere further towards the north, the tornado threat is higher there. Further towards the south across the First Coast, we're in a severe thunderstorm watch, because I believe that the chance of more of these straight line winds, maybe even some hail, is the higher risk for Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia here. So we're going to be with you over the course of the next couple of hours, tracking this as it rolls across the First Coast. Right now, moving over the Lake City area. As I just mentioned, this was a live look out towards the Suwannee area. This looks like the line of the storms already just blew through there, but just some ominous looking clouds. And this is a live look out at Lake City, looking towards the west. Not as intense, I can tell you, but yeah, we're going to continue to track this. One thing I do encourage you as a viewer, and one reason why we love doing these live streams, is on our social media, YouTube, Facebook, all those good old places. If you have any questions, if you want to know more about, how this weather is going to impact your area, please comment here, let me know, and we'll do our best to answer them as quickly as possible. In fact, you can see, there's me talking. I'm trying to pull up the live stream right now so I can answer these questions in real time. So, oh goodness, there we go. Now we got it. All right, so let's break this down. Let's do a little walk around the radar first, and we're also going to talk about this line of storms, because we are under a weather impact alert. Now, we issue these not to spook anybody. Just make sure that you are aware. And we put this out a few days ago saying, from 7 a.m., basically the western side of our viewing area, to about 2 o'clock, there's these storms that are going to be marching on through. Isolated severe threat, definitely possible with this. So, of course, have our First Coast News app handy. You're watching here right now, so you're already ahead of the game with this. So we can kind of time this out, walk around the First Coast early on this morning, where Brantley, Pierce County, seeing these strong winds that are kicking on through. Already starting to kind of see the leading edge of that here at 8:30. So the timing does match up. A little bit later if we're going to head out towards the coast. So talking about from Brunswick all the way down towards Nassau County. Winds gusts of 50 miles per hour or higher is possible. And in fact, we have a special weather statement in place right now for even some of our inland areas out here towards Lake City, Union, Bradford. A special weather statement indicating these winds could be as high as 50 miles per hour, which is enough to down some tree limbs, things like that, blow things around. Not the worst weather in the world, albeit severe can't be ruled out. That threat is definitely there. And then we look over towards Duval. That is going to be closer to about 10 to 2 o'clock, I think, maybe on the early side of that time frame, since these storms are moving, probably closer to about 10:30. We'll see the storms move over through the Jacksonville area. But secure those outdoor items. I mean, if you are in Jacksonville, or really just anywhere across the First Coast, you probably already noticed this morning the winds have already been hollowing. That is that low-level jet out ahead of this storm that's really been just gusting here across the First Coast. Already, I mean, I've seen NAS Jax had winds upwards about 35 to 40 miles per hour at one point. That is not thunderstorm related. It's just these strong southerly winds feeding into it. Also why we're starting off pretty mild here. It's kind of a fresh start to the day as far as our temperatures are concerned. And then about 10 to 2 o'clock, Clay and Putnam County, you're going to get in the mix a little bit further towards the south and east. So you're going to be some of the last people to kind of feel the impacts of this over towards St. John's, probably closer to 11. So the early side of this time frame here, we'll see it. And then we can even see here on our future cast, we'll walk through it real quick. Now, this is just one particular model, but I think this one's handling the fact that this line is not remaining extremely potent as it kicks over the Jacksonville area, and also fairly decent on that time frame. By 2 o'clock, most of this is going to march offshore and kick off towards the east. So yeah, so Tiara says, or Tiara, excuse me, wow, reading words is hard for me, says, what about the Mandarin area? Jeannie says, what about Duval? And then said, what about Duval again? I'm reading through these guys. I just have to get to it here, so I apologize if I don't get it to it right away. So far, so good, but it's coming my way. I will lose a few things. Julie, you can calm down. It's not going to be that serious. I know, I think you're joking here. But Jeannie's asking about Duval. So let's get into that, and specifically for the Jacksonville area. And I did show it here a second ago, but we'll go back to it with our county by county kind of outlook here. And Duval about 10 o'clock. Winds as high as about 50 miles per hour are possible, but I do think the line, by the time it gets closer to the Jacksonville area, is going to start to lose a little bit of its punch. Granted, straight line winds. Now, here's the deal. If we look at the radar, it's not a terribly thick line of storms. You can see that actually nearing the Lake City area right now. So by the time this gets to Jacksonville, it's really not going to be an incredibly long duration event. In fact, I would be surprised if it lasts more than 15 minutes. It's that initial line of kind of gusty conditions that is the big issue. It'll last for a few moments. You'll get a good solid shot of wind, but one good solid shot of winds upwards of 40, 50 miles per hour is enough to knock things over. Like, what was it? A couple weeks ago, my flagpole fell down. Not the worst damage, but definitely annoying and an inconvenience. Not to mention, on top of that, you kind of get that short duration heavy rain, which can result in reduced visibility on I-10 here, where this is marching up right now. In fact, you look at this. I'm trying to pull up the winds based on velocity at this very moment, just outside of Lake City. Yeah, that's indicating right there about 35, 40. About 30 to 40 mile per hour winds just outside of Lake City. And in fact, let's go back to our Lake City camera. We'll try to pull that up for you and just kind of looking off towards the west there at this line. We'll even go to this one out towards Suwannee. I'm trying to kind of walk around the pictures here and give you guys a good idea of what we're looking at, not only via radar, but also on the ground here using our cameras. And let's see this one. Trying to get a good view of these storms. So let's actually, we're gonna pull out the I-75 I-10 interchange. Let's see if I can get this to pop up on our screen here. There you go. So, damp roads doesn't look like the worst thing right there, but I'm sure conditions are going to go downhill pretty fast in the next few minutes for that specific area. I'm going to answer a couple more of your questions here. Logan Parnham, he's one of our local storm chasers. If you guys on Facebook at least are chiming along, make sure you check out his Facebook page, because he always gets into and just gets some incredible footage out there. So he's asking, what do you think of some reinvigoration? Is it nearest? Pretty nice environment. Per the soundings, which actually I was looking, and soundings, what Logan is talking about here, soundings is the upper level atmosphere. So basically every morning we launch, and Jacksonville still hasn't put the sounding out. I've been waiting at 8 o'clock here for a nice new ray was on. But the sounding is when you launch a balloon into the atmosphere, and it's radios back down to the ground what the atmosphere looks like. Meteorologists launch these twice a day on typically, one at 12 and one at 00 UTC. Both of these give us vital information throughout the atmosphere. It's one of the things that the National Weather Service provides that is just vital to forecast making, not only as meteorologists and we analyze this, but also all that data gets ingested into weather models and makes them that much more accurate. It's very vital, and we've been waiting for that new launch to come out. I do think it would be interesting if this does try to stir back up the closer it gets. I think it's running into an area of stable air, and we're kind of seeing it die down a little bit. But the closer it gets to the Atlantic coast, this line that is, it could run into some instability coming in off of the Atlantic, maybe tap into some moisture off from the east side of this. So they're definitely a very complex setup. It is not the storm we were seeing last night, for sure. That was bringing tornadoes out towards Louisiana, the Texas area, damaging winds this morning into Pensacola, about 70 miles per hour. I think our main issue this morning is definitely going to be these straight line winds as it kind of continues to kick off here. And you can see that right there. Live Oak, and there's not a lot of lightning coming out of this too. Look at this, Live Oak. Got a little couple shots of lightning there. Lake City kind of had that leading edge, nice little rain band pushing on through, which is why I continue to check back in with the Lake City live camera via our Weather STEM network, kind of looking due west at this. And it's not a profound shelf cloud by any means starting to move into the city there, but definitely you get a little short shot of rain, probably based on what I'm seeing on velocity right now, 30 to 40 miles per hour in the next few minutes. And actually, I'm going to go back to try to answer some of your questions here about timing. So this storm is moving at a good forward pace. Can't stress that enough. It's moving at about 55 miles per hour. So, not highway speed, but moving. So Lake City, for example, that line is going to be moving in at 8:49 a.m. based on our forward motion of about 55 miles per hour. This is all approximate, so it's not down to the very second, but give it a 5 to 10 minute kind of leeway. Jacksonville 9:46 based on that forward movement running up I-10, so just prior to about 10 a.m. based on what we're seeing right now. That's the initial line. Scattered rainfall probably lasts for another hour or two after that. The heavy stuff will only last about 15 minutes as it pushes on by. And then St. Augustine probably won't be until about 10 to 11 o'clock until you start to see those conditions move through your area too. So let's actually zoom right in on Lake City. This is based on our radar analysis that gives us kind of an algorithmic idea of what's happening here. It is showing some gusty conditions over, that's what that symbol is right there, over the Okefenokee, but not really seeing much with Lake City. This line is really small here. I'm actually going to try to pull up this camera again, maybe just outside of Lake City. We can see if we can see something pushing on through right now. Sorry, I'm scrolling through the camera. We're going to go just south of Lake City on I-75. We can see what it looks like out in that specific area, get an idea while that's being pulled up. There we go. So yeah, that tree right in the foreground, I think I'll stay on this one for a moment, because I think once this moves on through, which that specific shot, I'll show you where I'm pulling up this shot, just south of Lake City. So basically right in here is where I just pulled up that camera. We should be able to see some gusty conditions kind of kick through in the next few moments there. So let's go back to that, answer a couple of your questions. Logan's still on here. Hey, thanks for stopping in. Truly appreciate it, Logan. And good luck out there today if you're going to be going in any of these showers as they kick on by. Always be safe and smart. And I know you're one of the professionals that jumps on here, so I do appreciate you stopping by, having a professional storm chaser here. Jeannie says, I have a daughter in Baker, and Verna says, how about Yulee? So let's talk about Baker County first, and then I'll get to Yulee there in Nassau County. Baker County first, because you're kind of going to be the first people to get impacted by this. First, I am going to take a nice cup of coffee. We're keeping these casual with this live stream right here, so if you got questions, let me know. I'm going to be bouncing back and forth. This is different than linear television, where we're kind of roped into having to tell you the weather in a minute and a half, and it has to be bam, 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 bam. So if you have questions, let me know, and we're going to do our best to answer them right away. But first, I'm going to take a cup of coffee. Okay. All right. So, sorry?
Oh, somebody always also asked about Marietta.
Oh, I see that Daisy just asked about that too. So let's get to that here. And we're going to break down kind of some of these conditions for you. First, we'll start with Baker, then we'll go to Yulee, then we'll go to Marietta there for you as well. So first off, starting with Baker, just stand by. I'm just looking at something here real quick. All right. I'm trying to do 5 things at once here, friends, so always. Okay, one thing I was trying to do was Marietta, Georgia. Is that outside of Atlanta? Pretty far away. Yeah, okay. That's why I was a little confused on that location. I'm like, hold on a second, that's Atlanta area, which I think they're already kind of getting to that. But first, we're going to go with Baker County here. So let's zoom right back in. So Baker, starting to actually kind of see the western side of it. Sanderson, I would give you a few minutes here. And it's really this line that we're seeing over Lake City right now that is going to be bringing the highest chance of showers. So let's break down the Baker County specifically here, minute by minute for you. So Sanderson 9:08, St. George 9:19, Ratliff at 9:35. That's actually starting to get into Duval County. So within now and about 9:30, you'll probably see this line of rain pick up. It's not going to be the worst conditions in the world, friends. This is not a line of severe storms. But if you are going to be jumping on I-10, for example, in the next 30 minutes, you're probably going to run into a line of showers with reduced visibility here. I think the rain's actually going to be picking up decent amount, but it'll be for a short period of time. It's not the thickest line of rainfall, and also we're not really seeing much lightning coming out of this either, so that's good. So it's not tall clouds, so severe weather probably not going to be taking place. I see around White Springs we'd have a couple shots of lightning there, but it's not terribly severe for that specific area. But between about 9 and 9:30, I would expect about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Enough, leaves are going to be flying, maybe a couple down tree branches. If you got light lawn furniture kind of tipping over. And my chief concern is on the roads. If you drive like a sane person, you'll be fine. If you drive like a maniac, which we all know those people, it's going to be rough there for a minute. And actually, this is downtown Lake City looking towards the west. You kind of see the leading edge live here of that shelf cloud starting to work its way on in. And actually, right in the middle of the screen, you can see the bottom of that. Really just looks like this is actually moving at a pretty decent pace. I'm going to try to pull up the traffic camera again here. Yeah, those trees are kind of waving right there. I'm going to go one more look right towards downtown Lake City. We're going to try to see if I can pull something up here for you. Okay, talking about. So I'm glad I switched this over. So this is looking at Lake City, just north of Lake City, in fact, on I-10. And heavy rain falling there right now. Well, the camera I just showed, I just looked at the thumbnail they had. It was just a bunch of traffic really backed up there. This is a mile marker 303. But it's starting to come down there. You see the trees kind of blowing in the wind. This is if you are in Baker County, this is a good preview of what you're going to be expecting. And good news on the right side of the screen, it does look like everybody's kind of slowing down. And this is what I was talking about. I'm not seeing anybody blasting through. Actually, I'm seeing people kind of hit their brakes here. Ooh, this is a good live shot right here right now, because look at the right side of the screen. You can kind of see the wind blowing off of the tops of the cars here. Looks people are trying to slow down here, so good news with all of that. But this is a good preview of what you expect. This is not the end of the world or anything like that, but definitely, stay weather aware as it moves on by. All right, to answer the next question before I ramble too much and get kind of lost in watching the live camera bounce around here, we did have a question out of Yulee too. So let's pull up, and I'm going to come back to that camera shot there in just a second so we can continue to track this as it moves on by. But for the Yulee area and just Nassau County in general, so we're going to pull up that same map, moving this towards the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So we'll start at Folkestone 854, Kingsland at 917. For some reason, it did not pull up Yulee in here for you. But we'll go Fernandina, and then we'll add a little bit of time, so you'll probably be closer to about 9:30. You'll start to see those conditions go downhill for you. So about 40 minutes from now. Same deal, but a little bit heavier with the precip. This rain band moving across the Okefenokee looks a little bit more thicker. In fact, coming out there towards just north of Folkestone, in fact, we got a couple rounds of lightning kind of popping off there too, which, yeah, I mean, that tells me that this storm has a little more oomph to it. It is not by any means severe, but it does have a little punch to it. In fact, I'm going to just try to pull up something real quick here for you. See, make sure there's no special weather statement out on it, and there is not. So it's a good line of storms kind of kicking on by. In fact, one more time. I'm just going to pull up one more thing here. Just want to triple check what I was talking about. Always doing my best to give you guys the best information here. So right now I'm reading something here with you guys. Okay, so just reading something, some little new analysis here, and I think it kind of leans on what Logan was actually talking about here, which is why Logan is just awesome for checking some of these things. So first off, for Yulee, yeah, you got that rain. It's going to come through here. Probably about 9:30 is going to make your area increasing rainfall there for you. There is some good shots of lightning. Definitely same deal, reducing visibility. Daisy was asking about Marietta, Georgia. So there's Atlanta. You're on the back side of it already. Winds are coming in from the west. It's actually going to stay pretty breezy out there. So if you have any flights up towards Georgia or anything like that, good crosswind coming on the airport there, but not the worst weather in the world. So what I was just reading about and what we might start to see is basically, look at the satellite picture. And I'm going to go back and answer some of your questions. If I'm not answering your questions to your liking, please let me know as well. I'm trying my best here, friends. Meteorologist Lee Southwick's going to be in here in a few minutes, and she's also going to jump in and try to, so we can tag team this. Also just got severe thunderstorm watch still in place. I'm getting notifications. I don't know if you hear the doo-doo-doo-doo. So basically just south of Jacksonville, see on the cloud cover here? We got some clearing going on. All of this right in here, indicating a little bit of clearing skies. What we have is basically that's going to help increase instability out here across some areas just south of I-10. Which means if we get this moisture flow coming in from the south and west, just like that, and then we get some of that instability set up just south of Jacksonville, so maybe more so to Union, Bradford, and into Clay County. Things that have not developed yet. We're not actively watching it right now on radar, but there is that instability there. So I think there is that increased potential for maybe some storms popping off a little bit further towards south. You probably wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm watch issued further south too as this kind of moves along. Something we're going to want to watch out for. There's that potential for increased instability with some more thunderstorms just south of I-10. So an unstable air mass kind of kicking on in there. Yeah, just basically around, just south of Lake City all the way out towards Clay and into maybe even Putnam County. You could be looking at some decent instability. And that would be probably closer to about 10, 11 o'clock if it was moving to places like Palatka too. So that's just another kind of element of these storms we're continuing to watch here. Wanda, thanks, Logan, for chiming in here. And if you get any photos today, I do want to see them. Wanda says, what about Waycross? And then Daisy says, west side of Jacksonville. All right, let's get into that. So, that's what you were talking about. Oh, goodness gracious. My mind is in a million spots there, Daisy. So I got you. We're on the same page now. Failing you here. While I'm pulling up some of the other data, I do want to pull up real quick the... stand by. I lost my screen. There it is. Okay, so I want to pull up that camera shot out of Lake City real quick, and then we're going to answer some of your other questions. So, yeah, it looks like that initial line of showers already pushed on through. I'm going to pull up a camera a little bit further towards the west there along I-10. see what we can see out here. It looks like it's starting to rip for some of those places. So what do we got going on here? And then I'm going to answer your question here for west side of Jacksonville and Waycross as well. So I'm getting to you guys. All right, so that's kind of the wooded area there, just east of Lake City. It doesn't look all too bad at the moment, but I'm sure we're going to see conditions go downhill real fast for that specific area here as those winds kind of move on through. And this has been the case. It's just running up I-10. You just want to continue to watch. I'm actually going to play out this one right here a little bit further towards the east. We're looking at I-10 at still kind of out here. Yeah, see kind of those sheets of rain moving on through. That's what we've been watching out for here. So back to our graphic here. I'm going to talk about what's happening in Waycross, because at Waycross too, I got to give you guys some love because you got those storms kind of nudging on your doorstep as well. So first off, Waycross, much like Lake City and Jacksonville, all still under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 a.m. here. Waycross already kind of had the worst of the weather pushed on through there. I was about to pull up a live look of yours. Folkestone actually is the area that I'm the least concerned about as we look ahead next here. In fact, let me pull this up here for you, which is going to be in the next few minutes. Waycross, since this is kind of kicking along at a decent pace, you're already kind of past the worst of your weather, and now I anticipate it to rain there probably for another about 30 minutes, maybe to an hour. It will gradually taper off, and then you'll be looking kind of good on the backside of that. I'm trying to pull up our live look at Waycross via our weather stem camera, because I can look at the radar all day, but I like to share these views here with you. And yeah, it's dark, but it looks like kind of already tapering off there on the back side of the storm out there in Waycross. This is a shout out to the Weather Stem Camera Network there, by the way, out at one of their baseball fields there in Waycross. And if any of you know Waycross, you got a special place in my heart now after going up there and running after the snow this past month, where you got some pretty decent stuff. This is out in Nahunta, just a little bit further towards the east of Waycross. Already starting to see kind of some rain starting to fall there. And then I can even look a little bit further towards the south. This is still via weather stem camera out towards Callahan. Maybe I'll pull up Callahan's camera here. Because I think that's going to be a good view looking towards the north of what we have coming into that direction. So as this kind of marches its way closer to the Folkestone area, we're going to start to see those conditions go downhill as well. I just had Callahan's camera here a moment ago, and that's all right. I'll let it be. It's basically a field looking up at the sky, so it's not the best footage anyways. Anyways, this is Nahunta. It looks like conditions starting to go downhill there. Pull up the radar and satellite real quick here for you guys. And once again, if you're just tuning in, I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, tracking these storms here with you at First Coast News Plus, as well as streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. I'm trying my best to answer your questions as well. We were going to start this at 9:30, but with this line of showers kicking on through pretty fast, we're just got under weather impact alert. We're not trying to hype these things. Just want to, staying calm. This is a casual look to make sure you, your friends, and everybody are just staying dry, staying safe as the storm kind of kicks on through. It's not the worst weather in the world, but, we're staying weather aware together, and I'm sure if you're watching this stream, you're probably kind of curious about what's happening in your neck of the woods out here. So trying our best to keep you posted. You got that line of storms pushing by. Hey, Andy just walked in, one of our digital directors here. All right. Good morning. Got this line of storms pushing on by just north of Folkestone, so that's just around where I was talking about out there in Nahunta. It's not terribly heavy. You got some good lightning coming out of that one. Actually, I'm kind of curious what the velocity looks like for that specific area here. And let's pull that up. Velocity is what we used to kind of, you probably hear about it during tornado warnings because it gives you a good idea of what's coming and going. So you use it to get an idea of if we have a tornadic cell or anything like that. I don't see anything whatsoever like that out there. But we can also use it to give a rough estimate of what the winds are. And this is showing just north of Folkestone, where I kind of was just talking about that line of showers is approaching, upwards about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. So that's really been the focus of this is that line of kind of initial gusty conditions. Now, I know this doesn't look like a lot on radar because it isn't. These clouds are not that terribly thick. We do have some lightning coming out of them, but I am keeping an eye on this area just south of the Lake City, out towards Union Bradford, heading into Clay and maybe in Putnam County for some increase in instability as we go ahead over the next few hours, since there's some sunnier conditions there, plus moisture load coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico could create some additional thunderstorms out in that specific area. So something I want to continue to keep an eye on here. And also you asked about West Jacksonville. All right, so there was that question there. I apologize, guys. I'm trying my best to get to all your questions right away here. I don't want to miss anybody. I don't want anybody to feel like I'm ignoring you either. So Jacksonville about 9:50. So I would say if you're in West Jacksonville, probably closer to 9:30, 9:40. We'll see this initial line of showers kick on through. So we got about 30 minutes to an hour for that to push on by. Sanderson, 9:15. McClenny about 9:24. And Ratliff. Now remember, this is initial line. It's definitely going to be reduced in visibility. Heavy showers at times. It could be seeing these winds about 30 to 40 miles per hour. I'm taking a nice little cup of coffee here for you guys. Ooh, we got this coffee in the building. It's called Hurricane Coffee. That's the name of the company. And the brand that I'm drinking right now is called El Nino. And I don't know if they do this just to make the weather people excited, but I just find it absolutely amusing. And I do pick it because it is literally called El Nino. Wanda says, thanks for the answer. Wanda, thank you for chiming in on our chat here and asking questions, because otherwise it's just me rambling, and I try my best to answer your questions here. Jeannie says, yeah, Waycross already got it. I hope it didn't get it during and after you asked your question. I'm sorry. Daisy says, it's getting really dark here on the west side of Jacksonville. That is these clouds out ahead of this. And also, Daisy, if you notice, and what we're going to do is we're going to pull up our winds here, because the winds are cruising in from the south. I'm going to pull up the wind gust. Where was my wind gust graphic? Right there. That's actually not that one. 32 at NES Jax right now. 35 at Mayport. I'm actually going to look at this. So, yeah, it's dark, but also you got that good low-level jet kind of mixing down towards the surface. So all these wind reports, if you notice, they're east of Lake City. So what's happening is this is fueling up this line of showers. Excuse me. So what you're getting is that low-level jet kind of pushing on in, plus the warming temperatures that across that area. So we have winds, for example. Anyways, before I get on a tangent here, that is windy. We have that cloud cover building in ahead of this, which is why I think closer to Jacksonville, we're actually getting a little bit of stability because we have that increase in cloud cover. So I know it looks dark outside, maybe around the metro area, but there's actually good news, because if it was sunny, that would be bad. I know it seems like it counterindicative. I don't know what the word is, but it seems weird that that's the way the case is, because if it was sunny out, it would help increase the temperature, help increase instability within the atmosphere, and we would be looking at that increase in chance of thunderstorms. For example, though, look at our instability in Mayport, 77, 72, NES Jax, Gainesville's at 74, so warmer. Well, back towards the north, where you're already getting this rainfall, and it's cooling things off with that increase in cloud cover, like St. Simon's Island, it's at 64 degrees. So yeah, that's why it's a little bit cloudier there. Something we're going to watch out for. Let's go back to our radar. I do want to kind of track this line of storms here with you too. And what we're going to do, maybe for like Fernandina, you're watching that, but also I'm going to try to pull up a nice little traffic camera. Here we go. Ooh, let's see if I can pull up a camera here. Oh, here we go. We got a Callahan camera. Ooh, it looks a little ominous in Callahan, actually. Let me pull that up here for you. Now this is looking, okay, here it comes. That is still on I-10. That is still on I-10. Stand by. We're gonna get this together, guys. We're gonna pull up our weather stem camera out in Callahan right now. There we go. Yeah, it does look a little ominous there. So what we're going to do is we're going to match up what you're seeing right here. Now, this is on 301, just north of Callahan. We got that weather stem camera. And then we're going to pull up our radar, kind of match up where I'm talking about here. So this is that low-level jet. So this is when you're talking about those kind of spooky, dark clouds there. This is it right there. So there's Hilliard, Callahan right there. So you see how that area still isn't in the rain quite yet? But if we go back to the picture here, it really does look a little ominous. So that, and the clouds right here, they're moving from the south towards the north, so that's helping to fuel up this line of storms. If you start to see this in Jacksonville, where it's kind of this sheets, what we call scud, the low-hanging clouds moving real fast, that is also an indicator that the storm is kind of on your doorstep here, moving into that direction. In fact, let's pump this a little bit further towards the north. We're going to go out to Hilliard. So we're just jumping a little bit further north from Callahan up to Hilliard. So we're driving north on 301 here together. This is what it looks like there. Already winds kind of picking up in that specific area. Look at these clouds kind of cruising on by. Not the worst conditions in the world. And then we're going to bounce out towards Folkestone, which they have a traffic camera there that is just literally looking at the ground. Oh, here we go. We got one. So this is, oh, I know, because there's a great buffet right here. I love this place. In Folkestone. This looks like right downtown. And it's raining there. It doesn't look like the worst. You kind of see some swing and the lights and everything like that. I like using these cameras to walk you along here, and we can see what's going on together. We're going to jump back down to Hilliard, play out that one, and we're going to continue to monitor this while I look at some of your questions. So Heather says, guys, this is a weather chat. Just want to know that if you're on Facebook and you're starting to talk about politics, I don't know what world you think you're in. We're talking about clouds. Okay? Okay. Cool. Good for you, buddy. Jesus. Sunny on the north side, Jeannie says, which, okay, good to know, Jeannie. So keep me posted if it goes from sunny to cloudy to sunny, though, because it's going to be going in and out. Sunny is not good. Always remember that. That is also meaning the instability here. Bobby says, Bobby Super Scion is your name. I love it. I love it. Guy lived in Japan for 10 years. I get your reference, Bobby. Thanks for talking to us here. Thank you for commenting, and I truly, truly appreciate it. Just trying to go back and forth here and talk about what's happening with the weather together, and the more comments, the more engagement we have, the better and just more live this stream feels instead of me just talking in circles. Did just get a question about Jax Beach. Now, first off, Jax Beach not looking all too bad. In fact, we're gonna pull up our weather stem camera. This is out at Jax Beach here at 9:10 a.m. We're going to look towards the south. So we're going to see who's out here chilling on the beach here on a beautiful day. I mean, temperature is into the 70s. Don't look all that bad. It's breezy. Actually, I shouldn't say, and that's probably why nobody's out there on the beach right now, is because that sand is just ripping up from the south. So if you're out there walking, especially if you're walking towards the south on Jax Beach right now, you're going to be getting that sand kind of blowing in your face. If we can go back to the winds and see exactly what I'm talking about here, because it is gusting at about... Look at that, saying Mayport's at 35 miles per hour. So naturally, that's going to pick up dust or sand, blow it around. It's not a comfortable day at the beach by any means. And that's outside of the thunderstorms we are tracking moving into the area here. So yeah, it gives you a good idea of, just a view at Jax Beach. So when are the storms? I'm sure that's what you're kind of more, I went on a tangent there. You're probably more curious about when are the storms going to reach Jax Beach. And by the way, if you're joining in right now, we're going to take a look at this line of storms here. And then I'm going to plot it out to Jacksonville. Now, if you're just joining in the last few moments, we are under a weather impact alert. We're tracking these storms marching their way across the first coast. They are moving fast. So the timing of these is definitely moved up from what we were seeing yesterday and the day before. And that's just meteorology. That happens. We have to see how things kind of develop. But also good news, the line is not really packing the biggest punch here on the first coast. We are still under a severe thunderstorm watch. That is until 10 o'clock. So another about 45 minutes. For our friends further towards the north, it has been ripping across the Carolinas. They got severe thunderstorm warnings. I've seen some tornado warnings out in that area, heading to the Raleigh-Durham area, Columbia. For us, I am watching kind of this line move across southeast Georgia. We do have some pretty decent instability there with some lightning around Folkestone. I want to keep a close eye on that. Down towards Lake City, also got some storms trying to pop up there. And even south of that, we're going to watch for some instability kind of kicking across parts of Marion over towards Union, Bradford, Clay, Putnam County, because you got some more sunshine, a little bit warmer temperatures. There is this instability kind of getting pulled in out of the Gulf as well on top of all that. So there's kind of multiple layers to this as we move it ahead. So specifically for Duval County, where a lot of you are probably watching from, this is First Coast News. We are based in Jacksonville, duh. So let's look at the time frame here as it moves off towards the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. We're moving this forward, okay? So this is what we call progging. We take the speed of a storm and when we edge it out. This is not models, literally just me progging this forward. Folkestone about 9:13. It's actually looks like now. Folkestone conditions are going to be going downhill pretty fast here. For Jacksonville, 9:46. Now that's at the airport. The west side of Jacksonville, a little bit earlier than that, probably closer to 9:30. The beach, probably closer to 10. It'll start to kind of hit into your neck of the woods there out towards Jacksonville Beach. This line is thin. It is fast moving. So if you're out, like the conditions look nice in Jax Beach. Clouds are moving from the south. You have some windy conditions overall. When this line does come on in, it is going to deteriorate. Think of a car driving at you at highway speed, 55, 60 miles per hour. It's not going to be gradually. Once it hits, it's going to be like, oof, and then it keeps driving away. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking at as this rolls up I-10 and off here towards the east here. It's this short, quick hitting line of storms with this gust front out ahead of it. I know we've been saying the last few days that there's that potential for tornadoes. That risk is extremely low. This is mainly straight line winds. We do have some decent lightning kind of popping up on the backside of this. I have Malcolm here. He's just off to the side, so if you're curious who I'm talking to, it is Malcolm here. He has a good question for me. What's going on, Malcolm?
Yeah, Bobby on Facebook says, what's the red mean, the red square that was just on the map?
Fantastic question, Bobby. Okay, Bobby, the Super Scion says, yeah, great. What does the red mean? So that red big box right there, that was actually a severe thunderstorm watch, not a warning. The yellow, I don't know what I'm pointing at. The yellow further towards the north into the Carolinas, that means a tornado watch. Now, watch is different than a warning. Watch basically means we have ingredients in place that could produce severe weather. Think of, and the metaphor meteorologists quite love to use, and I think it works. Think of if you have a cake, and you want to bake a cake, and I have flour, I have sugar, I have milk, I have eggs. It's all here on the table. That is a severe thunderstorm watch. A severe thunderstorm warning is you just pulled the cake out of the oven, you have a cake now. That's kind of that's what it's. So this just means that the risk is there. We're tracking it. The ingredients are here for that development of said storm, but it is severe thunderstorm watch in place, and that is until 10 o'clock as this line of storms pushes overhead. So let's get a little bit of a closer look here. And you know what I want to do? We're going to scoop. Oh, I'm going to pull back up. Let's pull back up another one of these cameras here, maybe out towards Hilliard, because I want to see this line of storms kind of pull on through there. We're going to take a live look, and we're going to do a little walk around of where some of these areas are getting the hardest hit at this moment. So right now, you see here on our camera, we are on our radar, we got Folkestone's kind of moving on through. Just south of that is Hilliard on the map, so along 301. So I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up our live camera. This is our weather stem camera out at Hilliard, and gives you a good idea of just these ominous-looking clouds kind of kicking on by. It's the short time heavy rain, because once we go over towards Folkestone, see if I can pull up my camera for that specific spot. Right here, you see it is raining at a decent heavy amount in Folkestone. So it's a short time heavy rain as it kicks on by. And you see kind of the lights are swaying in the wind there. You know, not the worst thing in the world, but it is happening. All right, let's go back towards Lake City. And I do want to bring you guys up real quick because I noticed that it's coming down at a pretty heavy out in the Lake City area here. So let me pull up. It does look like maybe just west of there. Trying to see if I got anything. I got a weather stem camera just east of Lake City that doesn't look great. See if I can pull that up real quick here for you. And bam, go. There we go. looks ominous. I don't know what's going on with the black box here, but there's that. All right, so Jeannie says eggs expensive. Okay, maybe I'll use a different metaphor next time there, Jeannie. So she says I'm by the airport, by the way. Good. Thanks for letting me know. Donnie is sunny at Jax Beach. Donna said, yeah, and that was what we were just showing you there with that weather camera. Oh, here we go. So this is just east of Lake City. You see, actually, you kind of see the trees swaying in the wind there. They got a decent storm pushing on through, which that specific storm is kicking off some lightning with it as well. It doesn't have a warning or anything on it, but it does. Yeah, we're just seeing some pretty decent winds with it. I do want to pull up. Ooh, here we go. I got a couple little reports for you just to reiterate. I'm going to share it with you as we watch this camera live just outside of Lake City. We got some gusty conditions coming on through at Mayport. So this is out ahead of the storm. We're talking about along the coast, Mayport Naval Station. My first job in meteorology. It was meteorographers made out there at the air traffic control tower. They got 42 mile per hour winds kicking on through right now. Atlantic Beach also had 40 mile per hour winds pushing on by too. Now remember that when I'm talking about these winds out along the coast where it is sunny, we're talking about the low-level jet and those winds cruising in from the south out ahead of the line of storms. So that is separate. These are straight-line winds fueling up the storm system, which is why we're still anticipating some instability, maybe just towards the south and east of where this line is. Let's pull back our picture here, though. And what I'm going to do, okay, I'm having a Lake City. I'm trying to get you guys a broader look at what we got going on here. Got those clear skies out ahead of this, kind of kicking out through. I got a little note from our digital director just coming on in. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll probably take a little break here in just a minute because I am talking for about an hour now. But of course, we're going to still watch these storms. All right, so, and when we take a break, don't go anywhere. We're going to keep the radar loop going and all that stuff, and we'll come back in just a moment. Look on the back side of Folkestone here, though. We've got some pretty decent lightning kind of flaring up there. Down towards South Lake City. Yeah, you know what? The good news, this line is not terribly thick. It is not the worst weather in the world. We do have some lightning kind of kicking out of it, but I'm not seeing severe conditions. Let's answer a couple of your questions, though. Jeannie says, or Sheila says, West Jacksonville, Maxville area is super windy, no rain yet. So exactly what I was just talking about, that low-level jet kind of kicking on through here and picking up the wind per se with some sunnier skies. In fact, I'm going to pull up a camera around downtown Jacksonville. We'll pull up. I'm trying to find a good one where I can see out towards the west. Oh, here we go. This might actually be a good one. Oh, that one. I like this one. So I'll show you in a second. This is around the Roosevelt I-10 interchange. So let's say you're heading south. You're going out to Orange Park off of I-10 or towards NES Jax or anywhere like that. This is what it looks like. So if you're driving towards the west, this is that ominous kind of sight. There's low-level clouds kicking on through. Actually, this looks like, I think I'm looking towards the east here. Yeah, obviously, because that's downtown Jacksonville. But so it's sunny out near and I like this because I just got a comment saying the beach is looking pretty nice. But out towards the beach, there's that sunshine, but these clouds are increasing. You have the low-level jet, so the clouds are moving from the right to the left of the screen, helping fuel this up, and is also why it is fairly windy in Jacksonville right now. About 30, as I mentioned, we had a report out at Mayport of 40 miles per hour. So it is gusting. It's going here. But the showers themselves are further back towards the west. So we're going to take one more walk around the radar here with you, and I'm going to try to answer some quick questions before we just take like a 5-minute break, and we'll come right back. Just don't go anywhere. Folkestone looks like conditions starting to go downhill for your specific area. Waycross already starting to see some improvements, and I would give it a few more minutes, and it's probably going to be better. Brunswick, you're just starting to see kind of your initial leading edge of this rainfall. For Fernandina, give it about 20 minutes. It's going to start to impact your specific area. Closer to Jacksonville, starting to see this roll into Baker County. Lake City's on the back side of it. But we time this out closer to Jacksonville. Let's go down, shift this off towards east-northeast. Looks closer to about 950 now. So maybe this line has slowed down just a little bit from its exceptional forward movement here just a few minutes ago or a few hours ago, but still moving at a pretty decent pace. Closer to Jacksonville about 9:50, Fernandina at 10 o'clock. I did say a few minutes in Fernandina. We got to keep an eye on that. I'm going to double check that number. Ponte Vedra around 10:30. I do agree with that. Probably closer to 10:30 for Ponte Vedra there as well. Excuse me. We got plenty to watch out for here. I'm going to continue to track these storms here with you. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta. I'm going to take a break. I'm trying to find a good camera to just leave you here with, so we can see where this storm is hitting right now. Because I'm looking all the way just maybe McClenny, just west of McClenny. We got some decent rainfall picking up. We're going to watch this as it pushes on through. Keep you posted. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I might be joined by our meteorologist Lee Southwick as well as this kicks on by as well. So we'll be right back. And I'll answer some of your questions if you post them on the chats here. Meteorologist Robert Speta here. We're back, and we've been tracking these storms here, moving across the first coast for about the past hour. I'm going to be joined by our meteorologist Lee Southwick as well in just a few moments. But what we're looking at right now is out at Gateway College. So this is just towards the east of Lake City. Kind of got the leading edge of one of these storms kicking on in. It's a good live look at what you can expect here in Jacksonville in about an hour time frame. This is moving off towards the east at about 55 miles per hour. A severe thunderstorm watch, not a warning, a watch is in place across the entire first coast, well, most of it. I-10 towards the north here until 10 o'clock. That is a tornado watch as well for South Carolina and North Carolina, not our neck of the woods. Our main threat is going to be these straight line winds. Now, I am watching a pretty decent cell north of Lake City, west of Callahan here, any into the Okefenokee, so I think it's picking up some moisture with that. That is kicking off a pretty decent amount of lightning. That's something we're going to watch out for too. So once again, if you're watching this right now, thank you very much on First Coast News Plus. If you're new to these streams, I do want to stress this is it's a lot more casual than the normal linear television. We're here to interact with you. If you post something in the comments, I'm going to address it. Or at least I'm going to try my best at it being questions, comments about the forecast or anything like that. We're having a conversation. So I seen some people posting random stuff earlier. Just remember, we see it all. But we're going to try our best to keep you posted and answer some of these questions about what's going on out here. We had some good questions earlier, like, what's that big purple box? What's going on with that? That is a severe thunderstorm watch. Now, remember, a severe thunderstorm watch basically means conditions are favorable for severe weather to occur, while a warning means it is occurring or it will be occurring soon. Right now, we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings in place, nor tornadic or anything like that. If we do have a tornado warning, we'll go live on TV for ABC 25 and BC 12. For now, though, we're going to do our best to just walk you through these storms as we watch it march from the west towards the east. So going back through some of our questions, specifically on Facebook, where I can read some of your questions here. But if you're watching at FCN Plus, just know if you hear me saying people's names, that's where I'm getting it from. So just something to keep in mind. So Wendy says, what makes these storms move so fast? That is a great question. Wendy Frazier, thank you very much. And the reason they're moving so fast is that upper level jet stream. So we're talking about 30, 40,000 feet above our head. It actually, like the jet stream above us is about 50 to 100 knots in spots, especially in more closer to central Georgia, which is just kind of the river that pushes this along. And as we get down closer to the surface, the winds are not as high as that, 100 miles per hour, but they are still moving. So that's kind of pushing this along. The jet stream is fueled up by temperature differences, which means we have this nice warm weather in South Florida while cool air is spilling in behind it, and that also helps to push this along too. Think of, if you're talking about the forward motion of these storms, think of this. You ever open up your freezer, and if you open up the freezer, you feel that rush of cold air just flow across your legs? When we talk about a cold front, in a very simplistic term that you can see on a day-to-day basis, that's it. Open up your freezer or your refrigerator and feel that cold air. It's not going to hit you in the face. It's going to sink down and run across your legs. That is a cold front. Now, in the atmosphere, you combine that with moisture, it causes lift, instability, thunderstorms, and all of that stuff. So that's why it's moving along here at a pretty decent pace here. Gina says winds are picking up in Ocean Way, and what time is it going to be hitting into our area? Sam says it looks like it's going to rain. Already is across a good portion of Baker County, extending back towards the Okefenokee and also into the Brunswick area. So specifically, let's talk about, let's time out the general times here. We're going to start basically this whole line. So if you're in Ocean Way, Jacksonville, and everybody, we're going to try to address everybody here. And by the way, if I start talking off to the side, we got a couple of our directors. Meteorologist Lee Southwick's going to be in here in just a moment too to help me out here, so I'm not just talking to myself. All right, so first off, I'm trying to pull up our radar real quick here where I can give you a good idea of the time. So we're going to just pull off the satellite picture. Just look at the leading edge of these storms, which you know what? This is a good view of, and this specific image on radar tells a good story about, how thick this rain band is. Because it's not that thick. We do have some gusty conditions over the Okefenokee there, extending northern areas of Baker County. Actually, got some lightning kind of popping up out of that. But this whole line of storms is not going to last long as far as the worst of the conditions. So Brunswick coming into your neck of the woods pretty soon, 9:56, so it's going to be out there. 10:04 into Jacksonville, so we're moving the time back a little bit earlier. This is actually, you know what I'm going to do? The storm has slowed down a little bit, and I can tell that. Right now I have the forward speed set for about 55 miles per hour, but I'm going to change it over to about 45 miles per hour. Remember, when I'm pulling up these, this is not a model. This is not something that like a computer base is creating for us. What I'm doing here is taking the forward motion of the storm, and then we're progging. That's a fancy word for saying, well, we see it here, we're expecting it there because it's moving this fast. So Jacksonville at 10:02, Fernandina at 10:16, Ponte Vedra at 10:40, Northeast Florida's regional airport, that is St. Augustine at 11 o'clock. Around the Jacksonville area in about the next half hour or less, it'll be pushing on through. And we got this moving through the Okefenokee. Actually, I'm going to try to pull up the camera specifically for Folkestone because I believe it's running right over there right now. This is Gateway College, which is just east of St. Augustine, looking pretty right now. But we'll pull up Folkestone. Let's see. Okay, not that bad there. Maybe I'm going to go just south of Folkestone and pop this over towards the Hilliard area, give you a good look at what's happening out in that specific area. By the way, meteorologist Lisa just jumped in and joined me. Are you still setting up over there, Lee?
I am just logging into the computer, but I'm happy to jump in too whenever you need. So Thank you for covering this for a good long while.
Oh, it's fine. And you know what makes my life easier today?
What?
It is the viewers. People have been kind of just jumping in and asking questions and stuff like that.
Yes, we love your questions. That's great to hear. Is it on Facebook or YouTube that you're watching?
I am reading off of Facebook.
Okay, I'll go check
Andy,
YouTube.
have you been keeping an eye on the YouTube comments as well? We shouldn't get as many there, but...
I'll go check it just in case right now. Okay, I'm just logging in. Let's see.
Quite a few comments on
Oh,
okay. YouTube.
We have a lot of questions
YouTube
that haven't been answered.
We're coming to you.
You jump on YouTube and I'll jump on the Facebook here. Carrie is asking about Palatka. So let me pull up Palatka real quick. And so this is a live look, by the way, at Hilliard. First off, before I get to your answer in Palatka, Carrie, and I'll talk about it real quick before I pull up the radar. I am a little bit... Palatka is going to be a little bit later in the day, but I am a little bit more concerned about instability in Putnam County because what we're going to have is you got a little more sunshine there. You're a little bit closer to the moisture coming out of the Gulf. So myself and as well as the National Weather Service has kind of been putting in their analysis that the further south you go, there's going to be that increase in stability. So I know it doesn't look really interesting right now on radar, but out in that area, there is definitely that increased chance of maybe some severe thunderstorms. So that's something we're going to continue to watch out for in that specific area for you. By the way, once again, looking at Hilliard right here, right now.
Okay, while you guys look, I'll start going through these comments. First one
please.
From Alan asking if Tim's at the beach. No, but Tim is working night side, so he comes in around 1:30 today, and then you'll see him later on this afternoon as well as streaming. So
to answer also, just to follow up on that before we get to the next one, we were just looking at a live look out at the beach, and I'm gonna try to pull it up real quick.
Okay.
Because something that I've noticed is out at Jax Beach, there's not a lot of people right now. It's not just Tim's not there. There's not a lot of people because the winds right now at the beach are at about 40 miles per hour. That it is coming from the south, so that sand is just blown around. It's not pleasant whatsoever. Go on, Lee, though.
Well, you got a lot of compliments, so thank you for all your hard work, Robert.
Cheers, guys.
Starting to get dark in Murray Hill, too. There was that comment. We had sun for about 15 minutes before the clouds hit Murray Hill. The clear before the storm. Outflowing the term. Oh, like outflow. I think they're just asking about outflow. I will say with the sun. So on severe weather days, we actually never want to see the sun because it creates instability. It's almost like fuel for a storm system. So when it's cloudy out there, it helps keep our atmosphere a bit more stable. If you see the sun, it's giving that fuel to storms, and it can actually create worse or stronger storms when the storms actually hit. So a lot of people will wake up and see sunshine sometimes on severe weather days and think, those weather people got it wrong. No, we do not like to see that because that means it can actually just be worse when those storms actually arrive.
Yeah, and I think that's like today, and that's my concern, and we can zoom right in on here. So we're looking over Jacksonville. There's definitely some cloud cover, and you can see out towards Brunswick, obviously, where these showers are headed. Got that decent storm just south of Folkestone right now. But look at all the sunshine over Putnam County. So somebody was just asking about Palatka. My concern, as far as the risk of any severe weather, is going to be for this line coming in out of Marion County. Because you got that moisture and you got sunshine, as Lee just said there, that could increase some instability for that specific area. So that's something we're monitoring. Got any more comments there, Lee?
Someone's at school, so go back to school. Pay attention. Learn. And someone said, heavy rain in Waycross, but I think it's almost done. The sky is getting lighter. Never had any lightning and really couldn't consider this a storm, in my opinion.
That's fair.
I'm glad that you didn't get anything, though. You got the heavy rain. The storm, I mean, as we see right there, there's lightning flashing across southeast Georgia. So I'm really glad Waycross didn't get the worst of this weather. It is a line of rain, and we have embedded thunderstorms in that line. So good thing that the storm did pass you. And so I'm glad you just got some rain. I hope everything's okay. We didn't really see a flooding threat because it is moving so quickly, and you said it's now calming down. So that's good news as well.
And to follow up on that, I think we're not here doing this stream because it's the crazy. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch, and that is enough to take this serious because some of these storms could develop within these lines that could produce some damaging winds. We're not trying to hype this or anything like that, but for example, this is out at Folkestone right now, a live look. So I'll just pull this up. See that line? It's moving right over Folkestone. So what I'm going to do is just show what it looks like under said line here, live from downtown Folkestone. And you got some decent showers, the lights are waving, but there's reduced visibility and stuff like that.
A downpour more than a shower. And just because it was good for you, which we're grateful, it doesn't mean it's going to be good for everyone. So that's also why we're here talking about it, to give people a heads up. Because you don't want to be out on the roads, even if it's just rain. Like you said, Robert, the visibility becomes reduced and it can get dangerous and slick out there. So, we want everyone to stay safe. It's getting windy near Jax Heights is our new comment. So it has been, Robert, it was windy yesterday. We've had these winds. Do you have wind speeds? I have wind speeds I can pull up as well in a second.
Yeah, if you don't mind pulling up. But I did get some report. Atlantic Beach got a 40. Mayport got the 42.
Nice.
These are all just some solid gust, by the way. Out ahead of this, it's a low-level jet, while we're saying the beach is not the most pleasant of conditions out there right now. But that is fueling up our storm. Look at Lake City, though. The winds have veered, or backed, I should say, out of the west behind this front, and that's also what's kind of fueling this up. But I'm going to go a little bit closer. I'm going to try to take a look at I-10 Sanderson area where this storm is rolling on through. Then we're going to bounce back to the Hilliard here in a moment. Lee, what do you got over there, though, while I try to pull up this camera?
For my graphics or just what we're watching?
I guess anything.
We got a comment. I don't know if it's sarcasm. It says, this looks bad. Tornadoes everywhere. It does look bad to a lot of people. Like with dark skies rolling in, we're not going to have tornadoes everywhere. But there is the risk of a brief spin up or two. So that's what we're watching closely.
The higher risk, in all seriousness, and I'm sure they were just doing whatever they're saying there, but in all seriousness, higher risk is more towards the Carolinas. There's that, let's go fancy word, there's some diverification. Basically, the jet stream's helping to create some more uplift up in that area. They have more shear. So the Carolinas, that's a reason why if we look, and this is what we've been saying all along, we're not saying that the tornado threat is big here in Jacksonville. It's very minute. Our main issue is kind of the straight line winds. But there's a tornado watch in place for the Carolinas because of that instability. And they were actually had multiple tornado warnings earlier this morning. So they're a little bit worse off than we are here into Jacksonville.
So I'm thinking maybe what we could do now is perhaps a quick radar tour over on my computer and look through at any sort of velocity that we see. Since
Yeah,
we were
go
just talking
for
about
it.
tornadoes. So let's
And I'm going to try to
see.
pull up some stuff here, see if I got anything crazy going on. Not crazy, but some good visuals because I'm trying to follow this storm as it runs up I-10. So right now it is, where's our line? It's just around Sanderson, right? So I'm going to pull up McClenny's camera. Oh, while you pull that, you're on your camera right now. Okay.
All right, so here we go. So what we're doing here is we're looking at velocity, which shows wind direction. And we look for couplets in this where it would show us any possible rotation. And so all we're doing here is scanning for, a very basic way to say it is you look for the red and the green to have brighter colors that come together closely. And we don't see that right now. Everything I'm seeing looks okay. Let's just finish down this line here. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
I haven't seen any notches or anything all morning.
So that's some good news. That's good, guys. We like that.
I think the worst we had on there was outside of Lake City at one point. We did have the velocity because we can also use that tool to kind of get an idea of what the straight line winds are. We did have one spot which was showing about 65 mile per hour winds estimated on radar. I think Pensacola actually had a report at the Naval Air Station there of 70 this morning. But that line has lost a lot of its oomph at this point.
Which is good too. So if you want, let's just talk about who is under risks, certain risks for what. So if we go back to my screen, I'm going to click through my show here. If you wouldn't mind, is it Malcolm back there?
Yes.
Hey, Malcolm.
There you
Thanks.
go.
All right. Shout out to everyone in behind the scenes, Malcolm and Andy and everyone who helps us get this done.
By the way, also, I've said this a few times, but I just want to reiterate to people at home, this is not linear television. We are, this is very casual. We're doing our best to keep you informed here. But at the same time, just realize you ask questions, we're going to answer them. We're going to be talking to people off screen, on screen, all that good stuff.
Yeah,
Sorry,
in fact, Malcolm, do you even have a camera back there that you'd be willing to wave?
No, I don't.
I've heard that there is one. I don't know if he just
He
wants
says,
to stay off
"No."
screen. No, that doesn't exist, Lee. Okay, well, maybe next time. But this is a product from the Storm Prediction Center. And what they do is they highlight certain areas under certain risks. So this is the damaging wind risk, winds of 58 miles an hour or stronger. And everyone in yellow, that's a 15% chance of that happening, or a 15% probability of some severe winds. So 15%, that's not high. I would call it on the low to maybe medium, pushing medium risk here. So along that storms, that's when we could get just a few gusts that are up to around 60 miles an hour, which we've already seen. And that does cover most of the first coast. The brown shade, that's a 5% coverage. Now, the good news with hail is that they took away the hail risk today, but we still have this tornado risk as well. It is a 2% probability. So it is a very low probability of a tornado, but it's not zero. And so that's another reason why we're watching it super closely, because everyone here in green, you are under that very low risk of a spin up tornado right along that line. So what we look for, Robert earlier said notches, and that means along that leading edge here of the rain and the storms, you'll see these little indents in the lines sometimes forming, and that's just a sign of some rotation there. It's one way to look for possible rotation. Of course, we use velocity as well, but that's what we're looking for because we do have that risk. Very low risk, but not zero.
Speaking of, if you look just south of Folkestone, this is a storm that is being monitored right now by the National Weather Service. There is a little bit of a notch just southwest.
Oh, I see it.
It's a clear example.
Let me
can you guys
zoom in.
can you jump it over to my computer here?
Are you zoomed in?
Yeah, I'm zoomed
Okay,
in. I'm on
perfect.
top of it with velocity right now.
Perfect.
Here we go.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Just southwest. And what we're going to do, we're going to bounce back and forth. So that's velocity, right? that's reflectivity. So you see that little notch there just south of Folkestone, west of Hilliard. It's not the most intense thing. It's pretty weak, but you couple that with lightning on top of that, tells me that there's some cloud cover. And then we can pull up this, and what I'm doing right now, I'm just taking a couple samples of the wind. In the very least, we can see here, Lee, it's moving about 40 miles per hour, so some gusty conditions kind of nearing Hilliard right now.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that, you guys. But this is not unexpected. You can see notches and never get a tornado. So we'll continue to monitor that area of some rotation in the upper atmosphere. Of course, it has to drop all the way down to the surface to create a tornado. So we'll watch that closely for you guys. But that's what we do expect to see along the line today. We just have to see if it actually continues to form into a tornado.
And already that notch looks like in the latest path is kind of falling apart already.
And we have a good question here. Is this time of year considered to be the beginning of tornado season? And I would love to hear your opinion, Robert. I'll just give my opinion. I think it's probably similar across all meteorologists, but I would say yes, only because, so we have spring severe weather season, right? And a lot of that can happen starting in March because you have to get these stronger cold fronts coming through. You have to have a clash of this warm tropical air that we have a lot here in Florida coming off the Atlantic, the Gulf of Mexico, and then you still get that strong cold air moving down south because, of course, up north in March, it's still very cold. So I do personally believe that spring severe weather season starts in March. In my personal life, I have covered some of the worst tornadoes of my life in March. That was in Alabama and Louisiana, and the risk here doesn't seem to be as high as it is over there in that tornadoes are becoming a bit more likely in that region, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, but it is shifting a little bit closer towards us. So I would say it's safe to say that tornado season starts in March. Robert, what's your opinion?
I agree. I mean, I would say even for Florida, probably February into March specifically for us. And then, of course, somebody's going to comment and say, well, actually, they mostly happen in hurricanes. Yes, but I wouldn't consider that severe weather season. That's hurricane season. They're like two different beasts.
Right.
Our tornado season almost peaks in March, and then it peaks again in September because of hurricanes. But I would consider that a hurricane.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. Absolutely. And you know, it's important to remember that tornadoes can happen any time of year. We've had tornadoes in November, December. Some people call it a secondary severe weather season in fall because of the same thing that happens, these cold fronts coming down, big clashes in warm and cold air. So you can get tornadoes any time of year. But March is a month that we see tornadoes a bit more frequently, I would say.
I've just been bouncing around the cameras here. I want to watch this live here with our viewers as this next line kind of runs. Right now it's running over Folkestone. I want to see that initial wave. See, this is what it looks like right now in Folkestone. It's right downtown right there. It's a really good restaurant right on the corner there. Lee and I actually were just there after the ice storm.
We were. It was
not that long ago.
It was beautiful, but it was covered in ice, so also dangerous.
So I'm trying to just watch this just south of where this heavy stuff is into, because I think we're going to be able to watch this live on our weather stem camera out of Hilliard, and we'll pull it up right now. Let's see if this pops up. There. So it doesn't look that bad, but it's we're going to see these conditions go downhill really quick out here in Hilliard as well, as this all just moves towards south. The storm's moving pretty fast. This is a look there, that storm right over Folkestone. Probably kind of the heavier stuff right now. I want to check and see what it looks like on I-95 just outside of Brunswick too here. Actually, yeah, I'm going to pull up that camera. So we got Brunswick, that line. What do you think, moving over there, Brunswick in probably about 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, this is moving quickly.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm going to...
Brunswick, St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island, heads up to all of you.
I'm trying to pull it up right now. So we got St. Simon's Island. There's I-95. I'm just scrolling through our cameras right now and seeing if I can get anything pretty good for this specific area that is looking out towards the west at the incoming storms. So just pulling that up real quick. But hey, if you guys got any questions, by the way, once again, I can't stress enough, this chat is we'll depend on your guys' questions and everything like that, so we can just keep going and talking with you and answer some questions here. That's what we're here for.
We just got a question on Facebook. What about Callahan?
Nice. Callahan, just south of Hilliard. I would give it a few minutes after Hilliard gets hit. I am watching this line. This storm is packing a little bit of a punch. So, I mean, Callahan, you might just miss the south end of it, but it's pretty heavy coming into Hilliard right now or towards the Folkestone area. And eventually that same line, right, is going to head out towards probably St. Mary's. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think St. Mary's.
This is just outside of Brunswick. I'm going to pull up this camera real quick here for you. Kind of see what we're looking at for that spot. Well, this is just outside of Brunswick, already kind of picking up there right now. I got here we go. There's a good shot. So this is good because you can see the leading edge of this. Those clouds is coming through. This is Glendale Drive in Glenn County. Yeah, this is a good image of kind of that scud and everything on the leading edge of this pushing on in.
We just got a weather a statement, and so this says for Nassau, northeastern Bradford, northern St. John's, southeastern Baker, northeastern Union, southwestern Clay, all of Duval, southeastern Camden, and southeastern Charlton counties. Through 10:45 a.m., strong thunderstorms will impact you. Wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. The line from Hilliard to about Glen St. Mary, movement to the northeast at 45 miles an hour now, Robert.
Nice. And also I did notice the severe thunderstorm watch has also been dropped here. So there's the area in yellow is everything that Lee just read off there a moment ago. Basically, that is the special weather statement. This is a step below severe. Severe has to be about 56 miles per hour. We're not there, but it is enough to toss things around, especially just east of Folkestone as we've been watching heading into the Hilliard area. Conditions kind of going downhill out in that area. Some decent lightning. What was the wind speed you said on that?
45. For gusts up to 50 miles an hour.
So all of that is below the severe weather threshold, but it's high enough where it's not pleasant, I guess, right? So that's why they put out these special weather statements. And in fact, I'm just jumping over to Hilliard's camera back again. Oh, we missed it. Oh, man, I was jumping around. But this is just the leading edge, so it looks like conditions starting to go downhill right now in Hilliard.
Yeah, and with 50 mile per hour winds, remember that can still, if there's weakened tree limbs, they fall, they can cause some power outages still. So it's not that severe threshold at 58 plus miles an hour where you start to see some damage to roofs perhaps or fences, but still 50 miles an hour. That's why you have that statement, because one, Robert said it's not pleasant. Two, if you have your trash can out and it's empty, it could go flying down the street. Three, you can still see some power outages at times.
I like this live look, though, we got going on right now at Hilliard. Because this gives you an idea. I mean, this wind is blowing. You can see the trees waving in the wind there. Not the pleasantest stuff to be outside in at the current moment. And we can match this up, actually, with the live radar over that specific area. We'll zoom right in. And, yeah, there's the leading edge of it. So we're just starting to see kind of this lake line. So what's interesting is if we look at the extension, this only extends about 10 miles wide. You have a nice little lightning strike just east or west of Hilliard there too. So it's not thick for the worst of this weather. It's moving at a pretty decent clip. So if we look out towards the Woodbine area, Brunswick, let's we can see this line kind of nearing you. So it's moving fast, 30 to 40 mile, gust to 50 miles per hour, not quite severe, but it's coming into your area. So Hilliard right now, it's over top of you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce over and see if I got a camera just east of Hilliard so we can see what's going on out that direction. So we'll go over to Kingsland, which Kingsland's camera that I just pulled up literally is looking at the ground. I wonder if I can get a good shot out in this specific area out towards the west, kind of seeing this cloud coming at us here.
And in the meantime, Nessa on YouTube asked, can there be spin-ups that don't show up on the velocity radar?
Good question.
And sometimes, yes, that's true. If they're so brief, sometimes you miss it within a scan. So remember how a radar scans in a circle? So sometimes it is overlooked. It's not as common for that to happen. Usually the National Weather Service, very good at watching these notches, understanding when something's starting to form, and issuing that tornado warning. But occasionally you do find out about a tornado after the fact when there wasn't a tornado warning issued. So it can happen. It can happen quickly as well. Sometimes when the scan finally comes through and you see that rotation, you see that there's potential tornado on the ground, it's gone the very next scan. So sometimes there's not a lot of time. You get the warning issued after the tornado has actually already dropped to the ground. And so it can be a little bit delayed. In scenarios like this where they are spin-ups, they are brief, they are fast, they quickly spin up, and then they fall apart.
So, hey, I want to just address something in the broader scheme of things.
Okay.
We're kind of running around the radar picture here, and I do want to, a couple people, I think they're still curious about Jacksonville, because I've been focusing on Southeast Georgia, obviously focused in the worst of the weather at the moment. But Jacksonville, timing has gone back a little bit. Looks like this line has slowed down just a little. Closer to about 10:30 when this is going to push over the city. But also, we were talking about that sunshine and instability down towards like Marion County, Union, Bradford, and everything. And it does look like that idea of some storms developing further towards our south and west and moving into Clay, Putnam County is coming to pass. We're seeing some pretty decent lightning kind of kicking off out of this cell just outside of Gainesville. See that moving off towards northeast. And my concern, and Lee, you can jump in if I'm getting too off topic here, is my concern is this one in Gainesville. It's not there yet, but it is kind of a lone wolf here. And it's got clear skies out ahead of it, which means if you have a big broad shield of storms, the energy is dispersed. But when you get these lone wolves like this one here that is moving into an energy-rich environment, it's sucking it all up. And that's where we could be looking at a severe weather threat.
That is what more becomes a supercell. So when we talk about brief spin-up tornadoes along the line, if it's an individualized cell, it can produce a tornado that's either stronger or perhaps a little bit longer lived, because as Robert said, it's taking all the energy for itself. So great spotting that, Robert. We will keep a close eye on that too.
I'm trying to pull up the velocity out for this area, because this is moving over Gainesville right now. That's very far away from the radar site, so it's going to be hard to get a good idea. And I know this is outside of the Jacksonville area, but this is moving like this. Overall, we're moving towards the east-northeast right now. So for our friends in Union, Bradford, Clay, Putnam County, this is moving into your area. So we're trying to get ahead of it before it kind of influences your specific weather out here. We got any questions out here right now, though?
Let's see. Well, I was just going to say, did you see from NWS, they just said that... Oh, we got another update too. All right, real quick, just going to read some updates from the wonderful, smart scientists at the National Weather Service. So they talked about how the severe thunderstorm watch was expired at 10 a.m. However, they're still expecting the risk of isolated strong to severe storms with gust potential of 50 to 70 across coastal southeast Georgia and, of course, eastern northeast Florida through midday. We are seeing an increase in storm intensity in response to the increasing stability, which is what we talked about with, we saw the sun coming out, the instability is increasing, and therefore storms are also getting stronger. So that is something that we will continue to watch as well.
I mean, look at St. Augustine right now.
The
77
warm.
to 78. And this goes back to when Lee first sat down. This was one of the things we were talking about, is that the weather out ahead of this is, look at Lake City, by the way. 59 degrees.
And I feel like when I came in first thing this morning, I was talking to meteorologist Lou Turner out there, and Lake City was 74 degrees. And that also just shows how quickly you cool down behind the system, too. But out ahead of it, it's so warm, it's getting unstable, and that can create these intense storms out there.
Actually, I got a good look just north of Palatka. So we're going to pull up that. And this is a good look because this is a classic low-level jet kind of setup. Look at that, the fair weather cumulus.
Wow. And look at them moving.
Right? This is just whipping. So I'm we can tell which direction this camera is pointing, just at the fact of where the clouds are moving, because they're moving from the south towards the north. So I would assume we're looking towards the east here, and that's the clouds just kicking on by. And even some sunshine kind of breaking through just outside of Palatka. I believe those are the nuclear plant towers just on the bottom left of the screen there. So that gives you an idea of what we're talking about. It says Putnam Central Landfill. This environment right here, just from a weather observing, we're not even looking at data, we're not looking at models, we know that it's heating up, the winds are coming from the south, we have multiple layer of clouds here, low, mid, I can see some cirrus kind of in the middle of that with sunshine breaking through. These are all before weather models were a thing, and before we had cool computers to tell us everything, from a pure observer standpoint, and you know, grandma out there saying her knee is starting to hurt, at the same time she looks outside and sees this. Farmers know what they're looking at when they see this. This is a pure, yeah, we're probably going to see severe weather type setup. That whole rant means that. This is a pretty ripe environment there just north of Palatka for instability. Not to say you're going to get hit by severe weather at a specific area, but the environment there is definitely capable of producing it here.
So you're doing the right thing by staying tuned with us. Just, you know, we ask you to stay weather aware throughout the day today. Malcolm, could we please take the traffic graphics over on my side? I just want to kind of walk people through a quick future radar timing to see when you'll be hit, and then with the rain, and then when we will be done.
I'm going to step off while you're doing that then, and I'll be right back in just a moment.
Absolutely. Take your break. So we're just going to move from the live camera over to my graphics on Max 3.
While he's doing that, though, I do want to address real quick before I step off.
Okay.
Deborah said windy in Mayport, and that makes sense because Mayport got 42 mile per hour wind gust earlier ahead of this.
I said we literally just got another report from Mayport. I think, let's see, I just saw it pop up. I believe it just said another 41 mile per hour wind gust in Mayport.
So it is windy there. Yes, Deborah. I can. I'm glad you confirming what we're getting here into the studio. So, hey, if you guys got wind reports, if you got damage, if your flagpole tips over or your lawn chair flips over, let us know. Share it with us.
Yeah. We want to see your trash can down the street.
We want to see that.
After the event. Stay inside during the event, please.
Yeah.
After
Don't say, Robert and Lee told me to go out in the store.
No, we did not. No, do
please,
not go.
Please.
You know, also just a quick reminder to everyone, too, even if you're not under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, it's smart to stay away from windows because of these strong gusts that pop up. That can send a projectile through your window. So if you have the ability to kind of stay away from windows while this passes, it's best to kind of get into the interior rooms, the interior part of the structure that you're in. All right, Robert, go take your break.
I'll be right back.
And I'm going to track this for you all. So let's talk about who will see rain next. So what you're looking at here is just one model run. It's showing a snapshot from 10 a.m. originally, and it's doing a pretty good job at initializing where that line was. So we're going to take this with a grain of salt because, again, it's one model that we look at, but it's showing us that by 10:30, it's kind of crossing into Nassau and Duval a bit more. By 12 o'clock, it's already moved through the Jacksonville downtown area. Maybe some showers lingering, but the worst of it has likely already passed on through. So 12:30 lunch hour, likely places like Palatka and St. Augustine, you're getting the worst of the weather right now. And then it will continue to move to the southeast and move through Flagler County by 1:30ish and then clear out of here. So the moral of this story is by 5 o'clock, your evening commute, most of you are good to go. And we're going to be windy and breezy.
Just let you know, before I step out, I punched up Gainesville. You can see a pretty good shelf cloud coming across them. Right
across
now.
Gainesville?
Stadium.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Oh, my alma mater. Love this campus so much. Okay. Look at that shelf cloud, though. Sure enough, right over the campus, the University of Florida campus right now, shelf cloud moving over you. And we're going to hold on that camera real quick while I'm going to pull up another radar snapshot so we can take a look at what you're seeing on radar versus what you're seeing on the ground. So right now, There we go. So you can see there's a bit of some lightning flashing right over Gainesville. We'll zoom on in here and give you guys a closer look. And getting some updates from the National Weather Service too. So there's a look at Gainesville. The storms that are moving on the north side, north of campus, it looks like some heavy rain. They just got the rain that moved through more on the north side, and then some more back on the west side, like near Newberry, about to be hit Newberry again. High Springs coming through your area as well. So that's, of course, outside of the First Coast. Here's a look across the First Coast at the storms that we've been seeing over the past 30 minutes. It's moving quickly, guys. So Fernandina Beach, you're up next. Same for places like Jekyll Island, St. Mary's. And then eventually it's going to travel down I-95 into Jacksonville, continue through downtown, and head out towards the beaches. Keystone Heights, you're about to see that rain moving into Clay County now. So Green Cove Springs eventually will get to you. But I think next up, because right now it's worse in Brunswick. And in fact, let me zoom in here to Brunswick. That's a lot of lightning flashing there. So I'm going to zoom in. Here's the worst of the storm. Moving into coastal southeast Georgia right now. Lightning flashing. Kingsland to Brunswick, right along that line. Woodbine, you're getting the worst of all of that. So let's see if I can get a lightning counter up here. Oh, I didn't do that right. 1 second. There we go. So for coastal southeast Georgia, you've had 29 lightning strikes. So we're starting to see lightning pop. See that cell just north of Kingsland? I don't like the look of that. That's heavy rain, a lot of lightning. When you see more lightning starting to pop up, it's getting more intense. And so that means that that storm right there is starting to strengthen, intensify, and we'll watch out for some very gusty winds associated with that. And let's make sure. There's that Mayport 41 mile per hour wind gust. And what I'm going to do too, let's take a look at any storm reports that we have. So we'll go back here. Storm reports. Let's see what we have. Okay. So there's that Mayport 41 mile per hour gust that was seen there. It's hard to do this on a computer, guys. I'm sorry. I'd be a lot faster if I had a desktop. All right. Thanks for sticking with me. This was Jacksonville International Airport. So at the airport, that was that 45 mile per hour wind gust that we saw at 9:44 a.m. as well. So these are non-thunderstorm wind gusts. It's just that windy out ahead of this system. Let me pull back up our winds. So these are sustained winds, 20 miles an hour for some of you, even stronger than that. So Mayport, you have sustained 22 miles an hour. What about your gusts that are coming in? A 37 mile per hour gust was just clocked there. 31 mile per hour wind gust for Keystone Heights, NAS Jax, the Jacksonville Airport. Daytona Beach is at 32. You have Palatka at 32 mile per hour wind gust clocked there. St. Augustine at 26. Same for Brunswick. Again, the worst right now over Brunswick and St. Simon's Island. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new reading on that and we have stronger gusts come in as that main line moves through your area. So again, those are gusts. These are your sustained winds, just constantly staying sustained. And then here's your radar. And again, the worst of it right now moving into the Brunswick area. Let me zoom back in to coastal southeast Georgia. Lots of lightning flashing there. So that area just along I-95 really, and moving off of 17, moving to the east out towards the beaches now. Lots of lightning associated with that one. More lightning heading towards Brunswick. Looks like we just got a flash directly over Brunswick. That's continuing to push out to the beaches. And then we're going to go south, go into Nassau County. So Hilliard, you're through the worst of it now, but you're not completely done with the rain. You see the rain that's coming into Folkston. So while the worst of the weather likely over for you, more rain on the way behind it, moving into Folkston and Hilliard now. And then we're going to continue down into Duval County. So now some of that rain starting to hit Baldwin, moving into Duval. And that will continue to move to the east as well. In fact, I'm going to put a little 15-minute lapse on this so you can see how it's moving. Let's put this into play mode there.
Is my mic hot?
Your mic should be hot.
Yeah. So I'm sure people just heard my old man sit down when I got into the chair. Whoa. While you're doing that, you're pulling up Baldwin right now.
Yes.
I have a live shot on I-10 over Baldwin.
Perfect. Let's see it.
It doesn't look great. If you can jump over to, there you go.
Ooh.
So that's what it looks like on the ground right now.
Oh gosh.
But the good news is it looks like people are taking their time. I'm not seeing cars flying here at the moment, especially on the left side of the screen. It looks like they're going nice and slow. You got people. Yeah, it's raining, but I wonder if I can jump a little bit further, just east of Baldwin, and kind of. I wonder if I
watch
can
it kind of come in.
Yeah. But this is a good view on I-10 here. This is just outside of 301. I just bounced a little bit
Malcolm, I
further
really
east.
liked that double box you did with over Gainesville, where it was the radar and the live look. Could we do that here too?
Nice, yes.
Awesome, thank you.
That way she can, you can keep talking there about what's going on the radar. I'm going to try to bounce around some of the cameras here.
Okay, well here's just, since we're on Baldwin right now, or you said this is just east of Baldwin?
Yes, that one is just south of White House.
Okay, and so you can see that's where the rain is moving in now too. So starting to creep on, really just following along I-10. Those bands kind of extending out. Looks like fingers almost extending out over I-10 and reaching into Duval County. All right, let's keep working our way south now. Follow this line. So McClenny, you got the worst of it, but there's more rain back over Sanderson, so you're not done with the rain just yet. You can see that rain that's coming in there too. And then we'll continue south in places like Lottie. You're about to get it, so it's really a long 301. It's continuing to move east. So Stark, you're getting some rain. But you can see here, it's not bad where you are, thank goodness. It's just some shower activity over Stark. And then that continues all the way down 301 to Gainesville. How we all go to Waldo and then Gainesville from Jacksonville to go see our Gators play. Right, Robert?
I got a live shot just north and east of Gainesville. This is out of Hawthorne.
Oh, yeah.
Flag just blowing in the wind there, just kicking right along. That's the leading edge of one of those lines who just rolled over there. Good visual, because look at the flag, but also the tree there. And that's enough, as we've been talking about, down tree limbs, things like that, really kind of can see it actively happening right there. That bird is cruising along right in the middle of the screen as well. He's having a good old day. I don't have to do
Flying
anything.
along the gusts.
And I believe, and also, once again, we can tell which way the camera is looking because the wind is blowing in from the south, so that flag has to be blowing towards the north. So we're looking towards the west here, and it's dark on the left side of the screen, so that tells me that that storm is just starting to approach the Hawthorne area here, just based on the visual of our live camera look we got going on right now.
Perfect. And then if we pulled up radar on my side, you would see that you're absolutely right. And there's that line of rain
there it is.
pushing on into Hawthorne.
Look at that. Can we do a side-by-side of this camera and the... I'm asking for the world here.
Don't see us. We want you to see the camera.
Can we do a side?
Yeah.
So there you go. So can you throw the Hawthorne right in the middle of the screen? So this is what we're talking about.
Yes.
So our camera's
Sorry,
looking towards the west, and we're getting that visual of that specific line right here coming on through. It's not the biggest line. It's probably going to last 5 minutes, but it's going to get messy there along 301 real quick.
All right. I'm checking to see any questions. All right. We do have a couple of questions. Are we going to see wind damage in Duval and St. John's? And the other question is there the possibility for damage anywhere? So the answer is yes, there is the possibility. You usually see damage with winds of 58 plus miles an hour. Not to say you can't see it with something weaker. I won't call it a 50 mile per hour gust weak, but if you have weakened tree limbs, you can see those come down, or if a structure is already weakened, that can start to collapse under 50 mile per hour winds. Usually, though, you need 58 mile per hour winds. That's the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. And we don't have a severe thunderstorm watch anymore, but still, even the National Weather Service saying, hey, along this line, you could see gusts of 50 to 70. And when you have a 70 mile per hour wind gust, you do have damage. So Across southeast Georgia in those coastal areas, that's your highest chance of seeing some damage there. Specifically for Duval and St. John's, the risk is lower, but not zero, because we are still seeing some potent storms along this line of rain.
Look at the lights in the screen here,
Ooh.
right below the 511 sign.
Yeah.
This is out of just St. Simon's Island.
Oh, good camera.
And so this is St. Simon's Island, and we can go back to the radar. So this is just starting to hit. That's why those winds are picking up coming out of St. Mary's. Something I've noticed with not a lot of these storms have had, this one does, is a pretty decent amount of lightning. I think this is tapping into some instability off the Atlantic. So 25 strikes. I mean, it's not hundreds of strikes, but it's not nothing here kicking by St. Simon's Island right now. You see the wind just picking up right there.
There's another question that I actually like this question because someone says, does it have a name? And I'm going to assume what they're asking is, does the storm system have a name? So hurricanes have names, as we all know, we're all well aware. Sometimes you hear of a winter storm having a name. That is from the Weather Channel. That is something that they do, but that is not an official thing. It's not official from NOAA. So we, from the meteorological organization, what is it called? World Meteorological Organization?
WMO, yep.
They are the ones who name hurricanes, and there's reasons to do that. That is a worldwide thing. So you hear, no matter where you are in the world, that one cyclone is going to have a name.
And that's why countries Cuba doesn't name it different than the United States.
Right.
We all agree.
Yes, so everyone, it is the World Meteorological Organization. We all agree on these names, and we all use them. When it comes to winter storms, it's from the Weather Channel.
Back to my camera real quick.
Okay.
My screen. Or just side by side if you want. That gust front going through St. Simon's Island is really ripping right now. I just saw those lights. The minute you pulled away, unfortunately, the lights almost went upside down there. They just went straight up. And now they're back down, but I think that initial gust front came through. Sorry, Lee, I cut you off, but keep going.
No, I'm glad. This is what we're talking about. Just long story short, that's not an official thing to name winter storms, so we don't use that here. But you will hear some people refer to them as that. And again, it all stems from the Weather Channel. It's more of like a marketing thing that they did, and then helps bring attention. I see why they did it. Helps bring attention to winter storms for them, to get people to pay attention to the snowfall totals and all of that. But we do not use those names because it is not official. So we will only ever use names for hurricanes. Where are we looking at now?
This is still on St. Simon's Island. This is just north of that last one, so it's not quite hit there just yet. Do you have the? I got the radar.
I got radar right here.
So it looks like we're looking at St. Simon's Island here.
Here, you can pull camera back up, and
yeah.
I will. I have the radar for us.
Did you answer Carolina's question about any possible damage?
Yeah,
Okay.
We both talked about that.
All right, nice. Man, it's something. I still think that we're going to get some severe storms further towards the south. That's something we're going to want to watch out for.
Yeah. Could we, Malcolm, could we do the double box with the radar and the camera, please? Sure. Thank you.
Nice.
Awesome. All right, so here's that line moving into St. Simon's Island now.
So it looks like, and there we go. We're watching this live. It's going to go downhill real fast here on the camera. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing those trees kind of start to move. So I think we're just north of where that heavy line is kicking on through.
There we go. I wanted to give us a bigger look. You can see it moving through Kingsland, down to Cumberland Island, about to move over there, and then eventually Amelia Island, Yulee.
I wish I had a camera out at Jekyll. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go just south of Brunswick real fast, just like that camera's not available. It doesn't look that bad in Brunswick. It's already kind of kicked on past.
Yeah, there's still lightning,
Brunswick.
though, flashing in that area. So y'all aren't done with the dangerous weather with the lightning, but that initial punch of wind, the strong wind gust right along that leading edge, you're done with that. We're getting some marine warnings, too. I'm going to go check that out real quick.
Seen that just offshore we're getting some. So if you're a boater offshore today, you've made some bad decisions, in my humble opinion, because just the signs are here for storms. But what do you got over there for it?
So let's see. So the storm approaching Jekyll Island, your gusts are 50 to 55 miles an hour possible with that storm. So that's packing a punch. By the way, outside of any thunderstorms, it's not thunderstorming yet in Atlantic Beach, but Atlantic Beach at the JFRD station had a wind gust of 50 miles an hour. Not even associated with a thunderstorm.
I'm going to show you what it looks like in Atlantic Beach right now. And
Okay.
50 miles per hour, and it looks like it's beautiful out there. If we can jump over. That's But, and there's a reason why there's a special marine warning. Look at the waves, my goodness. But look at the clouds. It gives you an idea of just how it's whipping. But that's Atlantic Beach right now. 55, you said?
Let me go back. I just lost it. 50.
Oh,
Straight
50. Okay. Still.
Still.
It's a bad day. That's solid tropical storm strength winds, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whipping. Jekyll Island wind gust risk of 50 to 55, where we were just looking at the video out of there too, so it's kicking on through. It makes sense. I saw the light kind of go flip right over. These two young ladies, I hope that they're ready for the sand, and that's the key thing. People, if you're going to be walking out there on the beach right now, 50-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, I'm not worried about the pier flying into you. The key thing is that the sand is going to be smacking in your face, and it's not going to feel good.
It's going to sting. It's going to get in your eyes and your ears. We've all been there. It's not fun. But hey, maybe they're visiting, so maybe they just want to see it.
I'm not
lay
going to
eyes
judge
on
them
the
because
beach.
I probably would be out there right now watching
You
this
would?
storm. Oh, yeah, taking photos, not for a pleasant day at the beach, but because I enjoy this
I would do
stuff.
it from the parking lot, probably. I would. That's sand, man.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
No, it's
especially if you're wearing shorts. It just kind of sand blast your legs. And they've decided that this is a bad idea. It looks like they're walking back in right away.
Yep. Okay. So just like everyone, be like, yeah, this actually isn't that fun. Let's go back to the temperature contrast real quick, because I think we got a lot of comments on that. I think people were really interested in that. Something else to note, Robert, Lake City, when we looked at this last, what was our temperature? Did it go up or down?
It's gone back up a little bit.
Wasn't it like
59.
50s? Okay, it was in the 50s. So it's starting to come back up a bit.
But
You get
look
that
at-
rain-cooled air, but then you're going to see the daytime heating kind of bump back up. It was in the 50s, but Brunswick now, St. Simon's Island, you guys are coming in the middle 60s. You're in the 70s still. St. Augustine and Mayport, 77, 78. Palatka's also at 77 degrees. So very warm temperatures. And
I'm going to pull up. So let's look at this, because Palatka and Gainesville, about a 10-degree difference. So what we're going to do here is pull that up, and you can see exactly where the line of storms are based on just the temperature contrast. So there's Palatka, Hawthorne, it's just moving overhead right now. Stark, you're kind of just kicking on by. These cells down towards the south aren't very thick. And what I mean by that, they don't have high cloud tops or anything like that. I'm not seeing much lightning. But they're still packing a little punch. I do want to go back closer to Jacksonville. Let's talk about the storms now nearing the city here. And I could probably pull up the shot.
yeah, and while you do that, I just want to comment to Eric, because thank you for saying this, Eric, too. We were talking about how we wish we had a camera on Jekyll. We use something called Weather Stem for our cameras that we grab, but Eric did say the Holiday Inn on Jekyll has a camera, so we don't have access to broadcast that right now, but that's just a great tip for us to look at later as well, so thank you for sharing
Yeah,
that.
thank you. And if you have a camera at home you would love to give us access to, feel free, or if you're a business or anything like that. I would love to hear from you guys. But right now, we are watching this line move through the city. So this is... I hit the wrong button. So I hit the wrong button again. Here we go. Jacksonville... It's just starting to near. And this says now for Jacksonville because that's the airport. The airport's getting picked up right now. I'm sure if we get any high wind reports at the airport, we'll probably get that in just a few moments. 1050, south side of States. Mayport, closer to it, about 11. But I'm going to try to pull up a camera here for downtown Jacksonville. We're just going to look at what's happening here as this kind of rolls right up. You know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try to grab the top of Everbank looking towards downtown here and get a good idea, because you can probably see that line of clouds coming at us. Yeah, it looks pretty dark. here. Not the best visual, but I think off towards Riverside, we can see where the heavy rain's kind of kicking up along the St. Johns River right now, right there.
Okay, so got a question. So it's basically just a strong squall line and less isolated supercell kind of line right now. And yes, for a good portion of the First Coast, yeah, it's just a squall line. We were showing you earlier in the Gainesville area, looks like there were some isolated thunderstorms. That was our concern there. But for the most part, it is a squall line with that strong, line of storms that can have really damaging wind gusts, the possibility of damaging wind gusts right ahead of it, and small brief tornadoes with those notches inside of it. Someone else said, is it me or yesterday was cold and today is hot? Yesterday wasn't cold. We were in the 70s, I think upper 70s for our high temperature yesterday. So it was warm. Monday, I would say it was chilly by Northeast Florida, Southeast Georgia standards. We had a high in the 60s, and normally this time of year we're in the 70s. So Monday was chilly, but then we warmed up. We had winds come out of the south yesterday, out ahead of this system. It brought more moisture to our atmosphere. It also brought the warmer air from the south, and so that warmed up our atmosphere, and that's why we were in the 70s yesterday and again today.
I'm trying to see if there's any line or anything coming out of this. I mean, it feels like that this wall of wind, we're not terribly seeing it through Jacksonville right now. Definitely in the approaching rainfall, we can see that even here on the radar and on our weather camera and everything like that. But the good news is that I think this kind of damaging straight line wind threat is not quite there with this line. For example, if we pull back, I would say it was a higher issue with this line as it moved through Brunswick. Because for the viewers at home, you see how it's kind of this wall, it's almost organized in this just wave. And for everybody who likes the ocean, think of a solid wave. It's about to break, it's about to fall, and you get smacked in the face by it. It doesn't feel good. But let's say the wave already is broke and it's kind of foamy and everything. That's more or less what we kind of have over Jacksonville. Yes, it's going to be wet. It's going to be windy here for a moment, but we're not getting that intense gusty condition here. In fact, we could zoom right in. And you know what's really quick? And I'm going to do a little analysis real quick. We're going to look due west over this all the way out towards Baldwin and take a three-dimensional look of it. The cloud tops go up to 10,000 feet. That is much, not much. That is not a lot. So it's pretty shallow right now. Keeping a close eye on it, but it's not. The forecast really just coming right on point right now. Shout out to our friends over at the National Weather Service, who really they put out the weather balloons, which is one of the things that they do. By the way, they handle not only forecasting but the weather balloon data that went up this morning. That data was ingested, and I noticed as soon as we got that data ingested, the models started backing off because they do more than just forecast the weather. They ingest this data into models to help make our forecasting that much better. So I think ever since that this morning, we've seen this line pick up and the models have backed off a bit. And now this moving over Jacksonville, we're only got 5,000 to 10,000 feet based on our radar, which is also coming out of from our friends up there at the airport, giving us a nice solid three-dimensional look at this storm system as it pushes over the city, but very shallow, not the thickest of it. And when I say shallow, we need 20, 30, maybe 40,000 feet for true severe storms. This is not at that point. Gusty winds, reducing visibility and all that good stuff. I mean, you can see that right here coming across the Fuller Warren here. It's starting to see the rain up there towards Riverside and all that.
Oh, there's little raindrops on the screen, it looks like.
See
you see that right by you? Yeah, a few little raindrops. All right, so let's bring it over to my computer now. We're going to do a quick look at future radar again. Just in case you're tuning in, we'll just come back to this. When are you free and clear? So this is just one model, but as Robert was saying, it's doing really well thanks to the weather balloon launch from our friends at the National Weather Service. And this is showing us that by, I would say, around the lunch hour, so by 12:30, it is through the Jacksonville downtown area, you're done, but it's moving into St. Augustine. So if you're in the St. Augustine area, you probably don't want to be walking around, getting yourself lunch, taking a lunchtime walk. You'd want to be inside because that's when it's likely going to move through your area. From there, it will continue to move offshore away from us to the southeast. And by 1:30, it's just exiting now Flagler County. And so the good news is by the 5 o'clock commute, you're free and clear. I still think it's windy out there. I think the gusts are going to stick around tomorrow too, and you kind of see those wind barbs on your screen there. That's showing you the strong winds that we'll be having as well. But at least when it comes to the severe weather risk, the rain, you don't have to worry about that during your evening commute. So this is a morning and lunchtime situation for us, and then we will be free and clear, and then our temperatures are going to drop. In fact, let me just pull up our 7-day real quick. Just to give you all a glance at what we are looking at for the next 7 days, because Robert, unfortunately, once we're through with this, we got something to watch over the weekend too. So, of course, today's our weather impact alert, but it's going to be over after lunchtime. It's going to be done before our evening. And tomorrow, lots of sunshine, but gusty winds, 15 to 35 miles an hour. Temperatures stay in the 60s. So tomorrow, it will be cooler. We had that one comment about, was it cold yesterday, warm today? Tomorrow, you'll be feeling chilly again, especially Friday morning in the 30s. Friday morning, frost could be possible from areas that are protected from the wind. If it's a calmer area, you could see some frost development, but then in the afternoon, it'll be nice. We'll have a big rebound in temperatures back to about 70 degrees. And then over the weekend, really Saturday evening, we'll notice more rain start to move back into our area. And then unfortunately, that rain will likely stick around throughout Saturday night, Sunday, and even into Monday. But for now, we're watching that line of storms move through. It's messing with our temperatures. We are in the 70s out ahead of that. Mayport still sitting at 78 degrees, but we are in the 60s behind where that line has moved on through. And then our winds right now, too, we've been getting some crazy wind gust readings outside of thunderstorms, 50 miles an hour in Atlantic Beach.
Michael Presley just said, winds crazy in Middleburg. So you got it.
Amen.
Technical definition there for you, friends.
Winds crazy. Look at these winds crazy. Wait, can we go back to the... Can we go back to the winds, please, Malcolm? Sorry.
But while he's going, there you go. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so these are just your sustained winds, but when you feel the really strong winds, those are your gusts. So these are your gusts coming in the 30s, and then we know from reports that they're even higher than that. So the National Weather Service has been reporting to us some gusts that they've been collecting, and that's been 40s for Mayport and 50 in Atlantic Beach. So again, these winds are super gusty. But outside of that, just your sustained winds sitting around 20 miles an hour. So,
if you want to take a radar look right now, because we're starting to get the peak
there
of this.
Go.
We can bounce on yours, or you can run over to mine, or I got the camera up here. Let's zoom right in, because we're starting to get that initial line moving through downtown. It's that person just out in Middleburg as well, who was just talking about Middleburg getting picked up. This is actually a look. I-95 north of Middleburg. So we're talking about the near Blanding. You got those clouds kind of kicking on in.
See, it's also rough in Yulee right now, it looks like. Some heavy rain heading through Yulee.
Pull back up the Yulee here. So we're kind of right now, I can see it right there. Yulee got a nice little gust front, it looks like. And when I say we can tell right away that Yulee got a good gust front, you see that sharp edge, that sharp drop off just east of Yulee, which is why I do want to try. I wonder if I can pull up a camera right there, if we have it available. If we don't, there's not much I can do about it.
For the Yulee area, you said?
The Yulee area. We do not. We unfortunately do not have anything out. We have no cameras on Fernandina Beach. We need to get on top of that. Yeah. But you can see that sharp drop off. So I'm not surprised that Yulee's kind of getting smacked with the winds there right now. And then, like I said, over downtown, we're just starting to see this. It looks like just heading up towards St. John's River, Blount Island area starting to get picked up here. And you kind of got this wall pushing right over downtown here in next few moments. I mean, let's time this out real quick. Moving towards the east. So we're about to get it here in Jacksonville. You probably, at some point, you're going to say my face or Lee's face, probably look up at the ceiling and go,
nope.
Oh, there it is.
You hear it.
West Jacksonville, 10:43. We had a comment, actually, somebody earlier that was asking, and I think I told them closer to 10, so I was a little off. That was like 3 hours ago if they're still here. But Talleyrand at 10:50, Yellow Bluff Fort, 10:54, Southridge, 11:04, Southside Estates, 10:59. Basically moving over downtown into the Arlington area, this initial kind of line of showers, which, 30, 40 mile per hour winds with it. It's not nothing. Not the worst of the weather either. When it's not severe out there at the moment. This is, once again, 295 looking west towards Blanding. I'm going to pull up the camera from the top of Everbank.
I actually have it up right now.
Ooh.
If we want to move over to my screen. There we go.
Oh, nice little time. Oh, okay. I was hoping we could see kind of that wave coming at us.
Okay.
You restart it?
Yep, I will restart it, and I'm going to make it within the last hour instead. So it's a 3-hour time lapse, but let's just do a look at the last hour. Here we go. All right, ready? This is 9:44 a.m.
And I see some sunshine in there. That's an instability that was building in.
All right, and then there it goes. Lots of those dark clouds starting to move in, and now it is. Whoa! Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Back that up. Let's see where that was.
That was probably that initial gust front as that kicked on by.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you rewind it just a bit. Oh, what camera? I have it on mine too. I have a live-
they're looking at your
Yeah,
camera.
they're back at mine here. This
Can
is
we
a
go back to
live
my
look.
screen? Sorry, Malcolm. I'm sorry we have you all over the place. Okay, so this is mine. So here we go. We're going to, going towards 10:30. And then, there we go. Okay, so I think it was a glitch of the screen.
Oh, maybe it was
See
just
that?
a shadow.
Looks- yeah,
I
it's
can
like some
see that.
shadows.
It kind of just something was reflecting on the screen.
But there's a look right now, and it's on the way to downtown. So heads up, everyone working downtown, living downtown San Marco, Riverside area, Springfield, all of that. East Jacksonville, we're going to get on the east side rain and gusty conditions
And
on
I'll
the way.
Actually, jump over. I got the Fuller Warren, so 95, looking out across the river here, due west. You can see that dark cloud right there as well. So this is minutes away, friends. Share your reports if you're getting hit by it. Let me know what you're thinking here. Wendy just said it started here on the west side, so already picking up there on the west side. That confirms our radar. Wendy, hey, if you want to share, it's starting to rain. Are you getting the wind? Because from what I see on radar, I don't anticipate a lot of wind. It looks like it almost just kind of washed itself out there during the storm. I'm sure you're getting a little bit of wind, but is it blowing things around quite considerably? I would like to hear from you, Wendy, so thank you very much. And that goes for everybody on our chat right now if you have questions.
Definitely. Can we, Malcolm, take my computer real quick? I just want to show you guys this. We'll see.
What do we got? Oh!
Waycross.
It's Waycross.
Everyone in Waycross was like, what are they talking about?
I mean,
well, they got it first.
A future look for what Jacksonville will be like in probably about 4 or 5 hours.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's go to Fort Caroline now. Let me load up this camera and come on, camera.
Fort Caroline has a good look over towards Blount Island, so that's where that line is. Oh, and once again, Lee, I mean, this is clear of that south wind blowing on through, and you can see the initial shelf cloud just above the horizon, just above the fort there in the middle, I believe.
Let's see what else. Let's check on Callahan, because we got... Oh, we have a Yulee
You got this camera from Yulee?
Oh, let's do the Yulee camera. Let's see that, and I'll pull back up our radar to show you Yulee again.
Now, it looks like it's already whipped on through there already, but no, that's all right.
Let's see.
Somebody said it was coming down pretty heavy there in Yulee.
So that's I-95, and so yes, it has already crossed the interstate, and it's heading, through Yulee to Fernandina. In fact, we can pull up the radar right now. So yeah, that initial line now about to hit the north side, like old town of Fernandina. But you can see, the worst of it has already crossed over I-95 at the Yulee exit. Maybe we could do a double box again with the radar and this camera, and you'll see that there's I-95 in that Yulee exit, and the worst has already moved off to the east of you. You're still getting the rain, but the gusty winds are now moving through Yulee, pushing out towards Fernandina and out towards the Atlantic. So, in the thick of things, and kind of where that Yulee Fernandina line is, where it kind of crosses over from Fernandina to Yulee. that's where the worst of the weather is now moving east and pushing towards Amelia Island.
By the way, backing up to Wendy, I asked her how the wind was, and it does look like it's kind of washing out over downtown. We're getting some good rain, good heavy showers, but she says not much wind.
Okay.
Which is, it's a little funny since we were getting 40, 50 mile per hour winds an hour ago, but then when the storms arrived, it just kind of washed itself out. Elizabeth is stopping in and just says, hi, I want to address Elizabeth. Thank you for saying hi.
Hi, Elizabeth.
And like I said, on Facebook, on YouTube, we are taking comments here. We really like the interaction we have, especially as we track this line moving right over downtown Jacksonville right now. If you're watching on FCN Plus, thank you very much. If you're not, remember, we're always streaming on FCN Plus 24 hours. It may not be us, but there is a show on if you want to get your local news and everything here at First Coast News. But we love taking your questions. That is the big thing and the reason why we do this versus linear television is great. We're on ABC 25, NBC 12, but I love doing this because we can we get your reports live, and we're just having a conversation with each other. Daisy just said the rain is slowing down on the west side of Jacksonville, already backing off here. Flo says it is getting windy on Hodges Boulevard because Hodges has not been hit yet. You are getting probably that gust front right now. So good observation there, Daisy.
There you go.
In fact, there's our line just moving right over downtown. So Hodges, out towards the East Arlington area here. There we go. We got the broader. I think you just pulled up your screen here.
Okay.
You go back to mine. I'm just looking off towards Arlington, real quick here, and we're basically going to grab this, push towards the east, and bam. So talking about Westwood, Yukon South Side of St. Mayport, 1109, Atlantic Beach, 1114. So places like Hodges, you would extrapolate probably closer to about 11 o'clock. It's going to be maybe, I would say probably a little bit after 11. It seems like it's almost stalled out here a little bit. It ain't moving that fast anymore.
And then if you wouldn't mind going down to Palatka, because on YouTube, gotcha. Laura has asked, how is it looking for Palatka?
Ooh, and we were worried about Palatka because some of these storms kind of trying to pop off out here. And I'm still watching this one towards your southwest. Palatka looking pretty good right now. But I guess it's this, my radar's not flipping over to Palatka. But see out of Ocala, there's that kind of little cell popping off out there. I want to keep an eye on that. Plus, Lauren, was it Lauren you said her name is?
Laura.
Laura, I would love to hear what's your... I could easily pull up the temperature right now, but how hot is it in Palatka? Because if it's sunny, if we got sunny skies out there and the temperature is up, that is going to help increase that instability as we watch that line come in from the south and west. Palatka's at 75 right now, so
I'm gonna try to.
The heat is there. Going back to our satellite and radar over downtown, though, I just want to keep an eye on this because we have really just this initial line starting to hit here. In the next few moments, that loop is way too fast. You know what would be a good shot? Going back to that camera you just had out of Fort Caroline.
Okay, sure. I just pulled up Palatka camera.
Look at this. Look, real quick. That's so this is 295 or not 290, 95. Looking across the Fuller Warren towards Riverside, and there's our leading edge of this kind of coming out in.
Dang. All right, and then quickly to me, there's just a look at Palatka to show you all, and then I'll pull up Fort Caroline right behind it.
Ooh, there we go. So this is at the central landfill there, and then this is I-295 north. So this is just outside of the airport. The airport just got it rolled on through right now.
Dang, okay. And then I am having trouble. There we go. Come on, let's load.
You got Fort Caroline up over there?
Yep, it's coming up right now, but that's a good shot, though, of the airport road, 95 and Airport Road. Yeah, because Fort Caroline, we can stay on this one, too, because Fort Caroline just shows some dark clouds. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you can kind of see that shelf cloud.
Yeah, it's a little bit of scud kind of coming in the corner.
It's not there yet, so we bounce back to 295 or back to 95, Airport Road or 95 here. It's getting really dark on my camera right now, coming across the Fuller Warren, which is pretty Like this is that spooky stuff you see from storms. There you go. Look at that just dark scud coming across. And when we say scud, we're talking about those low-hanging clouds, which if we're going to see a lot of this get picked up over the river. And if you ever want to observe weather yourself, you'll be able to see right on the right side of the bridge there, that scud. That's actually the cloud it's like a vacuum, and it's sucking up the moisture from the river there. This is what a lot of people mistake tornadoes for, who don't have the trained eye. Because you see a low cloud hanging down towards the ground. I get it. Not judging you. But that's actually just that kind of sucking in the moisture, and you get these clouds feeding into it.
I also have a live look out over, just that downtown camera from the top of Everbank.
Oh, there we go. So
you can see the rain and scud. You can even see the scud there, too, on that camera.
Right over downtown. We're going to watch this wall come right at us here. Do you know what else would be a good camera, since we're just bouncing around cameras here? If we have, this is more of a Malcolm director thing. If you can grab the camera off the tower at Beach Boulevard, that would be great. The one that looks towards downtown. We probably get a good broad view of this from our high resolution camera as well.
And just to let you know, Laura from Palatka answered your question, said it was gusty and very muggy. Someone also just asked, is today the only day for rough weather? And so just letting you all know, we are looking at a system for the weekend. So it looks like the first half of Saturday, fingers crossed, looks okay, and rain likely arriving in the evening hours, but then it sticks around Saturday night, Sunday, and perhaps even Sunday night and through Monday. So do be aware of more rain on the way for the weekend, especially the second half of the weekend and into early next week. So that's something we're going to fine tune and really dive into once we get through this storm system. But there is already, unfortunately, something that we're watching on behind this for the weekend time frame.
You know where I would not want to be driving right now? I mean, anywhere, obviously, under the storm.
Yeah.
But is across the Bucknam.
Yeah.
So if you guys don't mind throwing up, I just pulled up the Bucknam looking west.
Okay, you got it on your side?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can actually and what's great about this, on the left side of the screen, I wonder, I can't mark this, but I do have a little, can you see you can't see it. But you can see the leading edge of the wind kicking out through. Look at the flag in the bottom left of the screen, just whipping, and you can see the rain. Now, if we go back to our radar, so I was just looking here, just west of San Jose, Scott Mills Road is kind of where this camera was, looking west towards the west side of the St. Johns River here, and basically you have that rain coming in, and there's another look at it. Naval Air Station Jacksonville, just on the right side of the screen. Shout out to all my former co-workers out there. They're probably getting the one side of the runway is getting, actually the whole part of the runway, the latest loop just shows it coming right across now. Looks like it's heading out there towards, not San Jose, San Pablo. No, San Jose. Goodness, I get those roads backwards. But yeah, this coming right across the Bucknam right now. We're going to be seeing reducing visibility in the next few minutes. And this is the same case. So if you just extrapolate out towards JTB 295, all these conditions are kind of coming out into your area.
I'm just kind of checking out some of our other cameras right now. Still same thing at the
nice
beaches.
Shot of the beach.
Perfect. Yeah, you can see the camera shaking back and forth because it's so breezy and gusty out there. Let me get another.
Oh,
check
here we
on
go. Go back to my shot of the downtown. Not this way. Just wait. There we go.
Woo.
So there's that leading edge kind of going through downtown. Look at the river also just kind of kicking up out there. Some pretty decent swells showing that gust front. So basically, if you're traveling on this right now, you're going to be looking at that significant reduce in visibility in the next few minutes, which we'll have here live for you on this stream together, friends.
Yeah. If you want, we can go look back at a 30-minute time lapse on my computer of downtown Jacksonville. So same, system as it's coming on in.
I don't know what some of these comments, guys. It just remember this talk, and I'm just going to address this real quick. We got storms moving over Jacksonville right now. I don't know what you're talking about, Baker. I have no idea. We're tracking storms together, try to stay on topic, and we're going to keep you guys informed. It's all about keeping people safe, and I'm sure everybody inside this stream right now is concentrating on weather. That's what we're here for, to talk about weather. We got 2 meteorologists here, so yeah.
Well, I want to say thank you to everyone on this YouTube we've gotten so many very nice comments thanking us, and we thank you for watching and staying tuned with us. So thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, for real. This would be, if it was just me and Lee, I mean, we'd be having a grand old time looking at radar together, but having the viewer comments coming through and everything, you guys are fantastic, so we appreciate you.
Yeah, so this is a live look now. Look at that scud. Oh, there we go. Updated live look over downtown Jacksonville. You can see the scud coming down, the heavy rain on the left side of your screen. That rain starting to block out some of the view over downtown. Again, this is a look from the top of Everbank. And getting pretty
Can you
nasty.
two-box, Andy, mine and hers as well? Sorry, Lee.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, because so on the left side of your screen, you can see it start darkening there. So we're going to look at this real time together. I wish we could triple box and get a radar on this as well, because we're watching this kind of move on through. So conditions starting to go downhill across the bridge there, as well as you're running a time lapse here showing that approaching cloud. But on the left side of the screen on the left there, you can really see the rain coming across the river pretty clearly. It's just, we got this curtain effect coming across the bridge right now, which we're just going to watch this live. Let's watch this for the next minute, and let's see
I'm going to pull up radar on my
pulls up.
side, too.
Nice. There we go. We can zoom right in on this.
Let me just...
You want them swapped?
Sure. That way we can blow it up. Whatever you think is more anesthetically pleasing. But I think because we can see live here on the left side of the screen that coming in. And then you actually can see some of those showers. There you go.
Double the cameras.
Double. Oh, there we go. We're working
Thanks,
this live.
Andy.
We're throwing this back and forth. Great job. Yeah, so you kind of see the visibility is going to be reduced here in the next few moments with that incoming cloud pushing right overhead.
You know, I'm glad that we don't see any lightning flashing on radar.
That's great. You know, and also not only does not having lightning means no one's going to get hit by lightning, duh, but also means that these storms don't have as much oomph. So the severe threat backs off, the tornado threat, all of that is dramatically reduced when we don't have lightning, because it just tells us the cloud tops are not as high. Our main issue, and actually I'm seeing it right now, look at people slamming on their brakes there, right on 95, driving into this. It's the reduced, and this is what we were saying, and why we issued a weather impact alert several days ago was because we knew that this was going to be short time heavy rain, which would cause reduced invisibility. And we're seeing this live here going across one of the busiest roads in Jacksonville. Is the visibility being significantly reduced. You got slick roads, and you see people here just hitting their brakes going across. This was flowing pretty good 2 minutes ago, but now that visibility is being dropped.
And now I hear the rain on the roof.
There you go.
So it's here at First Coast News, which means it's getting heavier rain at the stadium as well. So in a little bit, we'll go back to that live look too.
You
but
can
this
jump
is
over
a better
there.
one.
Let's jump over to what you got. You do have it up on your. No, you have the radar up.
But I can pull it up. If
I
you
got
want
it.
to.
I got it real quick here. I'll just keep it on this screen, and we'll bounce over to the stadium, and that way we can keep the radar looping. Actually, it's washed out completely. The one from the stadium looks like a
Really?
raindrop just smacked it in the face.
Oh man!
There
yeah.
you go. Yes. So that's
Perfect.
a live look over downtown Jacksonville right now.
Nice.
And then this is from now ViStar Stadium, formerly 121 Financial, looking towards the bank, giving you an idea of what it looks like in the other angle. Not really the greatest, but you have the bank right there.
You see that dark cloud right over the bank.
And then we'll bounce real quick back to... We'll go back to the bank here, and then we'll look back towards downtown, give you an idea of where this is heading out towards. So, yeah. And then feeling it come down, or hearing it come down pretty heavy. Lee, could you zoom in on
Sure thing.
that radar? Let's see where this is headed in the next few minutes. Basically around these areas.
Zoom into what part? Downtown?
Yeah, let's go. Let's look ahead. So we're talking about the leading edge of this.
Okay.
It looks like it's just starting to move into the Arlington area there. Kicking up Arlington Expressway, heading over towards 295, Dames Point Bridge area. Already start. Well, that just extrapolated out a lot. Actually, that shows it's moving pretty fast, right?
Yeah, let me move this forward. There we go. So already through Sandalwood, moving down Atlantic and Beach towards the beaches. And then, let's see, let's go south. Sunbeam, you're getting some of the light showers, the heavy rain not there yet. You're just getting the initial light shower activity ahead of this heavy rain as it continues.
Actually,
and then Orange Park. Oh, yes, sorry, go ahead.
A shot from south 295 over Monument. It's just starting to pick up right there. Traffic still looks like it's moving pretty good, but you can see just to the left of the screen there that it's starting to pick up there as well in the next few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
wow.
It looks like the visibility is being reduced as we are. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Like, where did it go?
Oh, my gosh.
Goodness.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. All right. So we're in the thick of it now, 11 a.m. Okay. You know what, Robert? I'm excited about this because, all day yesterday.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Check this out.
Okay.
This is Fort Caroline. Come on. Play. Look at that. Look at the shelf cloud right there.
Dang.
All right, go on. You were excited? Sorry.
Oh, just because yesterday our models were showing downtown Jacksonville around 10:30 to 11, and, not too bad. Here it is at 11, so at least that timing was
most accurate weather team.
Pretty close.
Got it on my mouse pad right here.
And by the way, just a friendly reminder when we say that, it's not ourselves patting ourselves on the back. We are graded, we are judged and scored against the other stations in the market, and our grades come in the highest. We have been the most accurate for 5 years now. So shout out to the whole team for that group effort there.
Hey, if you guys got questions or you got reports, we are still monitoring the chat. So we have anything new on YouTube or anything coming through?
Well, Laura was really nice and asked if I enjoyed my Mardi Gras festivities, and I did last night.
Nice.
I was live at 5:30 and 7 in Fernandina at a Mardi Gras event, and that was very fun, as always. But, what was interesting, Robert, too, yesterday, watching that line of storms approach places like New Orleans and Mobile, such a big day there, Mardi Gras, and they had to move parades early yesterday before I think Zulu rolled at like 7 a.m., which is, but they got in their parades, they all had a great time, and I'm glad it worked out. I know some parades were canceled, which is a bummer in Louisiana.
Yeah.
But now that same system that impacted them on Mardi Gras, that is what's here moving through the First Coast right now.
And, it's moving at a pretty decent pace. As we said, all of this is, it's moving quick enough where I do believe by 1 o'clock, a lot of this is going to start to be offshore the Jacksonville area. But then our attention is really shifting still for a severe weather threat further towards the south. You see Middleburg, Stark, they're kind of getting on some storms, and maybe even for our friends out towards Palatka and into St. Augustine. So we're going to keep an eye on that too. Of course, we're watching this live right now with you because a part of forecasting, is watching these storms come in, but we're verifying it here with a live look. For example, Fort Caroline, that shelf cloud. Do you want to go on a tangent? Are you looking up something right now? I'm going to go on a quick tangent.
Sure, I was just looking at the Mayport camera to keep an eye on that since the rain will next be moving into Mayport, so I have that up on mine. But it's nothing super interesting right now, just the dark skies. Of course, we have the really gusty conditions there, but rain not there yet. So
what I was going to say, there you go, nice. What I was going to say with that shelf cloud, so basically what's happening is it's raining and there's an evaporation kind of taking place, so we call evaporative cooling. But at the same time, when it rains, it's like it's pushing the air down and out. So that's why we're getting this gust front right now. And you can see the winds all along here at Fort Caroline have been blowing to the left, to the right of the screen, but now they're blowing towards the screen based on the waves here. That is that gust front hitting right now. So for our friends across East Arlington, Fort Caroline area, stretching to somebody was in here from Hodges here a few minutes ago. The wind's going to start to shift here real quick. And if we're talking about that gust front or the outflow, as somebody actually asked about earlier, that's what we're seeing right here as that leading edge of this comes in.
Someone commented, I'm glad this isn't happening during rush hour. And again, that's a great reminder to anyone who's tuning in right now. This is going to be long gone by the evening commute. So thank goodness, at least with the timing there. Unfortunately, probably messing with some people's plans to go get lunch, especially down in St. Augustine, right at noon, you're getting the worst of it. But at least for the evening commute,
yeah,
we'll be okay.
St. Augustine area probably will get it early commute maybe, but this is by the way, once again over
look at
downtown again,
Augustine.
still raining heavy. We already had that line kind of kick on through, and I'll switch over real quick to the camera at the bank looking towards downtown. So if you're curious,
Perfect.
it's raining.
You're reading my mind because I was going to look for that, but now I'm interested in pulling up a St. Augustine camera too.
St. Augustine and the beach is where I'm kind of
Okay.
I'm curious.
Because St. Augustine, just cloudy skies. Let me go back. There's St. Augustine.
Ooh,
It
but
looks dark.
we're looking towards the
There's the
west here,
Bridge
so you
of
can kind of
Lions.
see the darkness coming in.
Yeah, here's the Bridge of Lions camera from St. Augustine. So it looks better. Oh, we don't have it up. That's okay.
The good news, I don't see anybody on the pier today. In the past, we've tracked these storms where the
Oh.
pier was loaded.
You're right. We've seen people run
People
for their
running.
lives.
And I think it's probably because the sand and the wind has been blowing.
Yeah.
If you flip back over, I have a shot of the pier. Good news, people are not out there, so that's just one less thing we have to worry about. But you are seeing kind of on the left side of the screen the clouds starting to work its way in, and even the umbrellas there kind of blowing around in the wind there as well.
Yeah, I pulled back up that Neptune Beach, Atlantic Beach camera as well, and same. You can kind of see the sand blowing now at times. If we take the camera that I have, every once in a while you can see when a wind gust moves through, because right along the sand line out at the beach close to the water's edge, you can see the sand blow up in sheets. So that's just that stinging sand, and that's why no one's out there. Thank goodness, keeping people away from the outdoors when severe, or not severe, but we'll say strong weather is moving.
They don't
So-
want to be out there in the rain either.
No.
Come on. Showers. It's going to be probably at where this camera angle is in the next few moments. It looks like just starting to pass over Hodges, the leading edge of these showers, over the Wonderwood Bridge. Mayport just starting to pick up there as well. Heading down towards Atlantic Beach, so where you just had that camera shot. Neptune Beach, Jax Beach, also going to be, so where we just had that pier, give it about 5 to 10 minutes. And then pulling back the picture, look further towards the south, it's going to be a little bit later for places like Ponte Vedra and St. Augustine and all that. And we're going to shift our attention over to you here soon, but do note that if you are in St. Augustine, you're still watching this line come in. But I think we're also keeping an eye on a couple other storms towards the southwest and how that's going to be influenced with your warm temperatures out in that area. But sorry, go ahead, Lee.
I was going to say, if we pulled it over to my computer, I have the wind gust pulled up, and now it's showing a Mayport gust of 44 miles an hour. Again, this is ahead of that storm system. So
Whoa.
even, St. Augustine, you're coming in at a 30 mile per hour gust. You'll likely see those winds tick up in the next hour or two out ahead of that leading edge of storms, that leading line. And then as that moves through, of course, right along that leading edge, you're going to get the strongest of the winds, perhaps around 50 miles an hour. And then the rain falls and you'll start to see those gusts calm down a bit. But we're not completely done with the wind. The wind is going to stick around today. I think it'll stay breezy tonight, and tomorrow it will also be breezy to windy at times too. So these right now on your screen, these are your wind gusts. You have sustained winds as well, and those are still strong. We're talking double digits, except for, look at that now, St. Simon's Island and Lake City. Now that line has moved through, you're in a little bit of a calm right now. So you got 7 mile an hour winds,
Did
9
you
mile
just
an
say
hour winds.
Mayport just got a 48 mile per hour wind gust?
The graphic here shows 44. Did you see?
Yeah,
the 48?
non-thunderstorm related 5 minutes ago. So that
48?
probably was from the top of the hour at 11.
Yep.
But we did just get a 48 a
updated-
few moments ago.
Wow. All right. So
Can you pull up the radar over the beaches? And can we do,
Yes.
let's do the same thing we did over downtown. Can we put a 2-box here with the radar and my camera? Because we do have people out at the pier now.
oh man.
So we're gonna watch this together here, guys. I got some people on the pier, under the pier, and in the next few moments, you can see that now starting to cross Mayport, the Intracoastal. Not severe, but you definitely don't want to be out on the pier right now. See some more people walking out, which is unfortunate. It just feels like It's unfortunate also because you have to pay to be on the pier, and I'm sure these people are going to be getting off in the next few moments.
You're right. I totally forgot you had to pay to be on it. Yeah.
So they're paying for a 2-minute walk on the pier.
Oh.
And probably running to get out of the rain. There's no lightning, so that's good. We would be screaming here if there was lightning, if this was popping off all sorts of flashes. So good news there, but conditions definitely going to be going downhill really quick there at Jacksonville Beach.
And we thank you all for sending in your reports. So on YouTube, Alex said, just started raining and gusty winds in East Arlington near Wonderwood Bridge. And then OG Chopsticks said, just started pouring here in Monument, McCormick. It's windy with dark clouds. So
Nice.
We appreciate those reports too. Please keep them coming in. It really helps us keep track of where that rain is moving as well. We love on the ground reports.
And same thing goes out on Facebook. I know we got a good several dozen people watching right now. If you guys just have your reports, but also if you have specific questions about all of this. Once again, we are here to take your questions. That is why we do this stream. Of course, we're going to have our linear show. When I say linear, ABC 25, NBC 12 at noon. But I love this because we can just chat. It's more casual and we can take your questions and everything. And hopefully it helps you plan out your day because this is not going to last all day. Once this kicks on through, it's only lasting probably half an hour. And then we were just looking at Waycross a few moments ago. It is vastly improved out in that area already. Looking at the pier though, looks like we still got people kind of walking around out there right now. Conditions on the left side of the screen picking up there. You just saw the radar a few moments ago already moving across Arlington. So these areas are going to be going downhill real quick. But they're making the right decision.
To get off. Yeah,
Get
look
out.
at them. They're moving quickly. And that person on the beach, too. We got another awesome report. Ozzy said, I was just at Home Depot on East Atlantic. 40% of the plants in their garden area were knocked down on their sides because it's that windy.
Take a photo, send it our way.
Yeah, but thank you for that report because we've been talking about, let's see, in that area, the closest we've had is the Mayport and the Atlantic Beach winds, all coming in the 40s to 50 mile an hour. And so that's very believable that all the plants would be knocked over. A lot of you, if you have plants, trash cans, lightweight furniture outside, you will likely see those get knocked over as well. So that's... it's not severe with that 58 plus mile per hour winds, so it's not super damaging, which is good, but we can still see a disruption to our lives when you have to go outside and pick things up and reorganize. So just something to watch again because gusts up to around 50 right along this leading edge and even out ahead of the edge too.
Just popped it over the Neptune Beach just to get a different angle there. So we're a couple miles up from the pier right here, just kind of seeing what's going on here as well. It's not there quite yet, and it must not be that bad out towards Jax Beach because there's still loads of people walking around out there on the pier and on the beach.
But there is it's like a little cell. If we pull up my radar on my screen, you'll see this little bit of rain right there moving into Jax Beach, and then the big rain event coming in right behind it. You see it moving along, like Atlantic, in between Atlantic and Beach. So it looks like more Neptune Beach will get that one cell as it moves through, and then the rest of the area will get slammed by that whole line of heavy rain moving in.
And just to quickly shift further towards the south, could you just swing south? Because it looks
Sure.
like the Mandarin area kind of passing over, the kind of already Orange Park heading out towards Nocatee. It'll be there in a few minutes. St. John. So Green Cove, it looks like it's all pretty much done there for you. So don't forget, I know right now we are concentrating on Duval County because that's the area that it's getting hit. Also,
Yeah, say behind it. So we're not completely... Green Cove, you likely have another round on the way.
Sorry. I've been focused on Duval that we're getting the secondary line developing.
There you go. Look at that. 2 lines.
And also, even down towards Gainesville, looks like it's kind of still kicking off out in that direction, which, is what we expected because of this warm, humid air further towards the south, that once the line passed Jacksonville, we are going to focus a lot of attention because I think by noon, 1 o'clock, we still have a severe chance further towards the south. Not that it's going to happen, but the ingredients are there. I'm actually surprised they didn't kick off. Not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a watch further towards the south, but I'm not surprised they're not. It's really borderline.
On YouTube, Jax904 said it's raining steady over the west side near Cecil Field.
Nice.
Let's go back north, just kind of show you again. So Keystone Heights, Stark, Lottie, all along 301. You are now getting through. You know what? I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more. Let's just get big picture. There we go. So yes, that is the last line that just moved through or is currently moving through places like Stark. And so you can see it's more of a bulk, a massive rain over Duval, but then down south you get an initial little line of rain, a break, and then another line of rain on the way.
Speaking of zooming out, I just want to show everybody what this whole storm looks like.
Yeah.
Because this is a beast of a storm, by the way. We're getting kind of the outer, and I think where the worst of the weather is today, where the peak of instability is out here in the Carolinas. Look at this storm over, I'm sure this is warned on, this storm just west of Charleston. That is kicking off severe, all sorts of lightning rally, and then this wraps around for our friends across. Look at the upper Michigan heading into Canada across Ontario there. Just heavy snowfall. So this is all fueling together, and we are just kind of on the southern wisp of this whole just beast of a big mature area of low pressure. So just kind of showing you the broader picture of what we're watching here. Back closer to home, though. Let's talk about back closer to home here. Where, moving it.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm going to try to pull up the Mayport camera while you talk us through, since it looks like that line is now pushing into it.
Nice. And we're watching this right along Atlantic Boulevard. Looks like it's just about to cross the Intracoastal. Neptune Beach Boulevard, all of this kicking off there towards the Intracoastal. Heading down towards like E-Town, or 9A. 9B is what 295 used to be called. 9A is what 295 used to be called. I always get it confused. BA. So E-Town area is just going to be in the next few minutes. You're going to start to kind of see conditions go down there as well. One more look before you pop up your Mayport camera. This is a live look at Jax Beach. Left side of the screen, you kind of see conditions going downhill. I don't see anybody out there on the pier now, which is great. Just a few people did just walk out a few moments ago. Do you have the... somebody under the pier, though. There you go.
Yeah, so you can see the raindrops starting to fall on the screen. Looks cloudy. It looks like this camera isn't the best at live. Looks like it's kind of momentarily frozen, but we'll start to watch the St. Johns River get a little bit choppy out there too as that main line starts to move on through. Let's see. I'll check out the Neptune. Since you just showed us Jax Beach, I'll show the Neptune.
Neptune
to
probably
Atlantic.
is getting rained on based on what our
So no rain
radar
yet.
shows right now. And we're showing this, but it's all progressive. Actually, you can see kind of the showers on the left side of the screen there,
Those
too.
waves, though. Man. Small craft advisories in effect. Every once in a while, we've had a marine warning, too, for winds of around up to 50 knots. So watching the beaches. And also, I'm just going to take us back to downtown Jacksonville. Let's just get a look back over Jacksonville. Here's downtown Jax. Ooh. That sounded like thunder.
Oh, I just saw both of our faces on the screen at the same time.
So we just heard thunder.
That is
here
a bunch of weather geeks right there.
in downtown Jacksonville.
So let's pull up the radar.
Yeah.
Can we? There's a Scud. I wonder if our radar will show.
Here we go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
there it
zoom
is,
in.
right there. You zoom right in on it.
Zoom
We see a
right
couple
in.
strikes right over downtown. That one. I bet. This is a guess, but the one right there, just along the river, it probably hit the tower. So we have the tallest object in Jacksonville right outside the First Coast News studio. Looks like it's a little bit further south, but it could be just projected onto there. But that thing gets hit by lightning all the time out there. So something hit nearby here.
Yeah. So 2 strikes, looks like 2 strikes in the Jackson metro area. So... not too much lightning activity, but we don't like to see lightning because that's a danger with these thunderstorms. And sometimes when you see lightning, it's a sign of strengthening storms too. So this is something that we will just continue to watch closely, Robert, now that we're starting to get some lightning strikes out here in
Actually,
this.
what I'm going to do, and I'm still keeping an eye on this Jax Beach camera because I want to see this coming down in here. But we're going to take a real quick, and this is something we can't do on linear TV when we have time here, is I'm going to take a 2-dimensional side scan of this. Can you pull up my camera real quick? Ooh, there it is. So where you just had that lightning strike,
wow.
Yeah,
Good thought.
we've been seeing about 10,000 foot clouds, but you can see this little uplift right over the river. So I bet you this tapped into the moisture out of the river, and now we're just getting this nice little oomph right up, which means we're getting the more instability. We're getting closer to 20,000 feet. And when you get that, that's when we start seeing some flashes of lightning out here. So that's something we're watching out for.
And someone on YouTube in Riverside, Dixon, said it's actually raining pretty hard in Riverside for me, getting some decent gusts near the river.
Nice. And I think this, where I just did that two-dimensional look over this, I crossed right over Riverside in that dark red area where you have those 20,000 foot cloud tops. So thank you. Was it Dixon?
Dixon.
Thanks, Dixon, for your comment there. Truly, truly appreciated it. And somebody, Naomi says, really nasty in Middleburg right now as well.
Let's check out Middleburg again.
Yeah, because I know we were watching that secondary line just west of Middleburg, right? That was starting to build in.
It's about to. So on my radar, okay, you got it. Yeah, you see, it doesn't even show it over Middleburg yet. Could have a delayed radar scan.
Oh, there
we
it
go.
is.
Perfect.
Nice little solid line kind of kicking on through. Not severe. These don't look as high of cloud tops, right? So, but, I mean, 15 minutes of just dumping, meteorological term there for you, kicking on through there as well.
Okay, so if you are watching from Jekyll Island, Brunswick, Fernandina Beach, still a few showers out there, but the worst of the weather is done for you. So your severe weather threat is over. How is Andy going to walk in here eating a cupcake? Where's the jar?
One of our producers just walked in. He's adjusting the camera with a cupcake in his hand.
I wish you guys could see the scene. I haven't eaten anything today. I'm so hungry. I'm staring down that. Stop it. That's so mean.
I can't. Oh, I was going to take a picture of it. A Mardi Gras cupcake, too.
It is.
Look at this.
Andy, get your face in there.
Get out of here.
If you're going to show the cupcake, you got to show yourself. Okay.
Back to work.
Back to what we were saying. I was giving good news for places like Fernandina, coastal southeast Georgia, along with the rest of southeast Georgia, and places like Lake City, and really everyone to the west of Duval County. You're done. So there's still some rain right along the coastal areas of Nassau County up through southeast Georgia coastal areas, but those are showers. That's not severe weather. So your severe weather threat is now done. You just have these little light showers. You see, if I look to the west, you're clear, you're done with the rain. But right along this line here, this is so interesting, Robert, how you can see the original line would be, has like already passed the area like Green Cove Springs, but we do have that secondary line about to move through too.
And that's, I'm more concerned about for our friends down south, is that secondary line kind of pulling that, like Placa, you got that one just popping off some lightning right now, pushing on through. By the way, I know we're looking there, but I did that camera you just had at Mayport a few moments ago, white out pretty much going on out there. So, the good news, it looks like the sheriff office kind of everything's packed up and settled in right now, but this is at shower kind of pushing right through Mayport right now. So somebody said Wonderwood is starting to dump there. This confirms because this camera's only like half a mile away from like the Wonderwood bridge area, and then bouncing over to Neptune Beach.
And if we want to do double boxes with radar too, while you're doing the camera tour, I'm trying to pull all these places up on radar right now.
Of course, because we want to keep an eye on what's going out. Like Middleburg, Oakleaf still got. Oh, there we go. Good, perfect.
So, you're showing the Neptune Atlantic Beach, that divide right there, and that's where the rain's coming in. If you look, again, these radar clips can sometimes be delayed, but it's just the light showers right there over the beach. You're about to get hit by that heavy rain coming in behind it. Mayport, though, as you said, the whiteout conditions, you can see the heavy rain directly over it. Jax Beach, you still don't have the rain just yet. You have the cloudy skies, the kind of misty conditions, the sand blowing, the water blowing, but the heavy rain on the way. It's coming to you from the west, moving east. And, of course, that's not it. We still have a lot of rain back over downtown Jacksonville. We've had some thunder, some flashes of lightning. More rain now getting close to Nocatee. Looks like a few little light showers right north of there and moving into the Palm Valley area. But we do have some heavier rain coming in behind it. Of course, that's just the first round, because if you look to the other side of the St. Johns River, you're going to have more rain on the way right now for Oakleaf. So downpours over the Oakleaf area and about to move into Middleburg as well. And soon here, I will need you to take over, Robert, because my laptop's about to die.
Oh, no.
So let me go grab my charger real quick.
And I'm trying to pull up different cameras here, but I hit the wrong button, so I have to figure this out real quick. It's the worst time for we're both having issues. But I'm gonna jump back over the radar so people can watch this at least while I try to figure this out. Oh, you got your radar on the other side here. Let's just pop it up my radar real quick. So I can show people that this is coming into the Jax Beach area here. There you go. So it looks like this just now starting to cross the intracoastal. This is just in the last few moments really beginning to kick off some decent lightning, though. So I do want to remind people, we haven't seen that, and it hasn't been one of the main threats here with this, but we are starting to see some pretty good lightning strikes kicking out of this right now. In fact, this is looking at Jax Beach. There's a view of Jax Beach looking towards the south, giving you an idea of what we're talking about here. Kind of got that shelf cloud. Pushing overhead. I really would call it quite a shelf cloud. I'm going to try to take a look at Jax Beach here too on the pier, and we'll pull that up real quick because it gives you a good view of out towards the looking out towards the east. Thankfully, nobody on the pier, but I like this camera because it's nice live, it's smooth. We see conditions kind of going downhill here in the next few minutes there as well. So we're going to bounce back and forth with that. Hopefully, Lee, you got a plug?
We are working on it right now.
Okay, good. I have a plug, so I'm good right now. But this is what happens when we've been streaming live since 8:30 this morning. So shout out to our computer batteries for still working here.
And today in Jackson here, we're getting me plugged back in here too.
Naomi said Jax Beach looking like it will get some nasty weather. Yes, Naomi. And she also said it is raining heavy still in Middleburg. Jax Beach, it's going to be going down here in the next few minutes. Here's a south view at Jax Beach. Can we drop the lower third? Is that possible? Oh, there we go. Perfect. So everybody's off the beach. This is good, especially with lightning strikes. I'm happy to hear and see that there. That's a view out at Jax Beach as far as what we got, but here's a radar that kicking on by. Also towards Ponte Vedra, got a pretty high cloud top kicking on through there too. It looks like just around JTB. So Ponte Vedra, probably you're at risk of maybe some lightning or gustier winds here in the next few minutes. This is a live look looking east up towards the pier from our weather stem camera, which, by the way, these cameras at the pier are pretty easy to walk in front of this and give us a nice little wave if you're ever out there. Don't do it now.
Yeah, please not. Also, by the way, Robert, I am back up and running, so we are back in action. Thank you, everyone,
Danae
for
in here,
all of
one of
your
our
help.
directors, working on this. The great thing about a lot of the stuff we do here on the streams is all on the fly. So you guys kicking butt. Thank you so much. But continue to watch the stream here. This is our weather stem camera out at the pier. Looks like it just froze there a minute. This gives us a good view of what we got because right here is a live look pushing just over Jax Beach and look just south of Jax Beach. Real quick, and I'm going to go back to the camera here real quick. I do want to see the side view on that. Ooh, looks like the bottom's dropping out of that cloud. So, oh, there we go. It filled right in. That's not up to 10,000 feet, so maybe I'm a little less concerned about it now.
We got some comments on YouTube while I was gone. I like all these reports. First one says, great teamwork.
Nice.
I agree. All right, so I'm on the Ready Point Pier in Arlington. Boy, is it moving out there.
Ooh.
Someone else said, wind starting to pick up here in
Ready.
Mandarin near Gillington Creek Road.
The Reading Point, were they out there when it went over? The Reading Point is right there.
Says I'm on the Ready Point.
Jeez. And you're watching our stream, thank you, because Reading Point would have gotten that gust front coming right across the river about 20 minutes ago. So if they got photos, I want to see it. I've shot time lapses at Reading Point because it's a great spot to watch the storms come in.
Someone did say loud, long thunder boom near Wonderwood Bridge. Did not see lightning strike though. Does it thunder without lightning? No, you have to have lightning to have thunder. Robert, do we still have the lightning?
There.
So, oh yeah, there it is. Right. Monument
Well,
Road.
it's on Monument, but I'm sure they heard it near Wonderwood.
So you can hear thunder without actually seeing the lightning, but we have to have lightning to be able to get thunder. So that's where the lightning struck, and then you heard the thunder where you were. So the same person said, I should probably get off this pier.
Yes. I mean, the worst of it's already past you. So, but, we appreciate your report.
Ozzy said that second line forming on the west side of the storm looks like the storm is duplicating. Storms can be so unpredictable. Let's get another look on...
Real quick, I
Yeah.
want to hang on this real quick because
Okay.
it looks like we are just starting to get that initial line at Jax Beach Pier. Good news, because I've done this before where I've watched the pier and storms come in. We do have one person running, but I have seen this person looks like they were prepared. But I have seen just tourists booking it off the pier before. We do have one person coming off the pier. Probably was out there fishing. Now just the last second kind of taking off. But I think the good news is that it was windy out ahead of the storm, so a lot of the people at the beach just didn't want to be there. Yeah, I figured this was somebody out there fishing and they just at the last second took off. So looks like people trying to get off the pier because it's starting to dump there right now. Sorry, Lee, go ahead. You got the questions out west?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Let's go back to radar. Just take another radar tour because... Of course, we're showing you live pictures from the beach, but it's raining elsewhere too. So I'm going to zoom in here. Let's go back towards downtown Jacksonville and on the west side. All right. So you can see there's another pocket of heavy rain moving through. Don't see any lightning flashes in this right now, but it's possible that we could get some rain. And then as we work our way south towards Orange Park, that next line of rain arriving right now. Still raining over Oakleaf. This rain is continuing down south to Middleburg. So Middleburg, you're getting some of that heavier rain right now too, but don't worry, this is it. Once this moves through, you should be done with the rain. So Fleming Island, you have another round of rain on the way. Of course, that goes for places like Mandarin and St. John's too. All along the St. John's River, Green Cove, you're about to get some more rain. Raining over Penny Farms right now, and that continues over towards the World Golf Village. We're seeing some rain there. Another line moving on in. And then heavier rain down south along the St. John's River. Get a little bit wider look here. There we go. So there's Hastings. Trying to make it to Hastings. So some rain over Hastings, still raining over Palatka. And for places like Palatka, you're not done with this because unfortunately you have a little bit more rain. So Stark, Keystone Heights, Lottie, all along 301, you're getting some of these light showers out there. And so we'll watch for those to continue to push east. And once those clear, that should be it for you. So it looks like there's a line of possible light showers from, I guess I'll say 301. And that's continued to move east. And then you're done with the rain there. But we have had some lightning strikes up in the Jacksonville metro area that we're watching closely. So not a whole lot of lightning, but the occasional strike with this storm too, and that heaviest of rain right now over Jacksonville Beach.
I got a live the camera over Jax Beach right now, and yeah, it is coming down. I mean, that is, you can just see the sheets right there in the camera angle. That's actually where I'm gonna change the camera angle, look towards the south. Because this is looking east out at the pier, so we're going to take the same camera. We're going to look towards the south. Yeah, there it is. That's the reduced invisibility. And there's a bird probably thinking, okay, well, it's raining now.
Let's see. I'm gonna on my side
I did have a
pull
question.
up Mayport. Oh yeah. What's the question?
They said how bad is the weather within the Century Street area of Arlington and my area of Jacksonville. So let's what's great about our graphics from our weather graphics here at the studio is that I can grab and I can zoom right in on streets. Now, specifically for Arlington here, the worst of the weather already kind of passed on by. You still got a couple of these residual strikes I'm seeing here, but what you see right now is what you get. And the back side of this, and real quick, and then I'm gonna bounce this back over to Lee here. The back side of this is going to be by noon, probably starting to back off into the Arlington area and downtown Jacksonville and all that. So give it another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, would you mind just pulling up velocity? I don't see any signs of rotation. Just wanting to give it a
did you
check.
see?
I did not see anything, but Since you had it already pulled up,
Yeah.
just thought we could give it a little glance.
But I think
Look at the wind, the straight line winds, though.
Yeah, you can really see where the winds are. I mean, let's look at, for example, Lee was just talking about here. I'm just going to click on this spot southeast of Palatka, that light green, and that's showing 53 right in there.
Wow. Okay.
So, yeah,
Strong gusts.
it's still, and that very well could be just not thunderstorm related, but mainly just the winds. But you can really see the demarcation line. I mean, look at that over World Golf Village, getting a little windy out there at Buc-ee's right now. I'm sure of it. Yeah, there's actually, I'm gonna pull up a camera angle for that. Down there, just south of World Golf Village, off of 295.
Meanwhile, I have wind gusts graphic up too, as well, just to kind of, since we're just talking about those winds, so you can see here's just some gusts that it's not current. It takes these observations and puts them on this map, but we still had the wind gusts of around 40 for Mayport. You're over 30 in St. Augustine. Here are your sustained winds right now in the 20s in a lot of places. Also, another look at our temperature map. Look at that. A lot of you, earlier we were in the 70s. Now, Jacksonville, NAS Jax, Keystone Heights, where we've all already seen this rain. We got that rain-cooled air, and we are down into the 60s. Mayport, you've already seen those temperatures start to fall. You were at, I believe it was 78, and now you're at 72, so your temperatures are continuing to drop too. St. Augustine, Palm Coast, Palatka, you are warm in the 70s, but we're watching those Palatka, we've already seen your temperatures drop a bit, and we'll continue to see those temperatures drop as well. Waycross, Lake City, sitting in the 60s. Lake City, we've seen you rebound since when I joined the stream earlier this morning. You were in the 50s, now you're in the 60s. We're going to get into that daytime heating. You have sunshine in Waycross, which is wild. So I'm going to show you all right now two quick comparisons of camera. So here's where it's raining right now in Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach. And you look at those dark clouds and the crazy waves out there. So it's more of a chaotic scene. And then I am going to try to pull up our Waycross camera. Give me one.
Bet you blue skies, blue skies.
I hope so. That's what I'm banking on as I show you guys this.
Hey, by the way, I think I just talked to our digital director here a few moments ago, Lee. Maybe we're going to step off at noon so everybody can watch First Coast News at noon. Okay. And if we still want to come back at 1, we can. But since this is already passing by Jacksonville and the severe weather threat's not there, we're probably going to step off at noon.
I think it's a great idea. So that's a look at Waycross right now. Blue skies. That's what's on the way for everyone. But let's also take a look at Lake City, where you are now done with the weather. You're just going to see some clearer skies. There we go. So not too bad in Lake City. Meanwhile, let's look ahead. Let's look at St. Augustine, because you have yet to see the worst of this. Oh, got some raindrops. All right, let's go back to the radar. Let's take another look. So starting to move into the St. Augustine area now.
I got a good camera angle out of Palatka too.
Okay. Let's take Palatka, because you can see right there the heavy rain just went through Palatka.
It's just passing over Palatka. All right, maybe I thought it was better, but it's not that bad. Here is Hastings, so just east of that. This is one of my favorite cameras because it's a cow field, and occasionally you can just see cows walking around in it. Maybe not today. Not this one, the one that's coming up right there. Yeah, that is just east of Palatka. Kind of. You got the dark clouds there. It looks like it's raining, but not all that bad. I think back towards the east, though, and you said St. Augustine is going to be coming into their picture in just a few minutes, right? You have the radar up for them?
I can. I was just trying to pull over our Ponte Vedra camera.
While you're doing that, I'm pulling up
because it's raining there.
The St. Augustine camera. This is from the Bridge of Lions, looking out towards the west. Kind of got those dark, luminous clouds.
And that's Ponte Vedra in the smaller box, too, where we just saw some rain. All right, let's get back to our radar.
And once again, guys, and you're pulling up that radar there, I want to stress to people, this is not severe. This line is thin. It's going to be a thin punch. That's the way I like to call it. Like if you're in a boxing match and you get one hit, and then that's it. That's kind of the case with this. We're just getting swept over here by a good shot of wind. But within said shot, we are getting wind reports of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And all it takes is one good solid gust to cause some issues here. Actually, as I said that.
Someone just said hail in World Golf Village.
Oh, interesting.
Let's take a look at that.
This is your radar, right?
This is my radar.
I got the camera up. Yeah, let's pull up the hail indicator over World Golf Village here, and I'm gonna try to grab a angle out there as well from I-95 on our cameras.
All right, I don't see anything coming up with our hail indicator. Let's see.
And this, well, this might not be live. It can't be live. There's no way. Because, okay. Yeah, it's starting. It is raining out there. I got the camera angle on at 511 over World Golf Village right now, or at least just towards the east of it.
Yeah,
Let's
nothing's
see,
coming
just
up on
towards
our
the
radar
north.
for hail, but
But not to say it's
please
not.
send pictures.
Yeah.
Please send your pictures in to us.
I mean, if you can.
Because then we can report that to National Weather Service.
Throw up the camera. This is just outside of World Golf Village on 95. Obviously, the rain is coming down, so I'm not discounting. I mean, you can see the trees there blowing in this, so you're definitely getting some pretty decent gust. And if those cloud tops get high enough, there is that potential for a little bit of hail. And we would love to hear that. And as Lee just said, not only for our liking, but also the National Weather Service, so we can accurately document this storm as it pushes on through. It helps out everybody.
It does, because it helps us learn too that, okay, this is, when we're looking on radar over World Golf Village, usually when you see hail, you see some darker colors, like even black will pop up on the radar sometimes. And so we didn't see major signatures of hail. And so if we know that this is what caused hail, it helps everyone in the future as well. All right. 10,000 feet?
Yeah, 10,000. I'm just looking. There's no hail core in there either. If there was, we would see kind of. So when we take that two-dimensional look, we can see that the orange and red's on tops. But if we see like a purple or a blue in the middle of this two-dimensional look, it tells us that the radar is seeing something solid kind of within the cloud, which would be indicating of of hail. But as Lee just said, 10,000 feet. What's our freezing level at right now? Our freezing level, I actually have a SQT pulled up right now.
Nice.
Our freezing level, at least this morning, was...
By the way, when we were talking about weather balloons
13,000
earlier, this
feet.
is also, weather balloons help us with this.
So
is that 13,000?
10 to 13,000 feet. So
Maybe.
this is getting above the freezing level with some of these higher cloud tops.
Yeah.
Which we know from, you said, the weather balloon launched this morning out in the National Weather Service. So that tells us, there is that potential for hail. So thank you for the report. It is definitely within the cards. This is called weather forensics almost, where we're analyzing the storm and all these different looks and stuff. And this is what meteorologists do. So there you go. Live look right on here.
All right, so Scoot Man on YouTube, thank you for the report. If you could please send in a photo and then we can make an official report, that would be awesome. So we really appreciate you.
Let's see if Dale says great speech. Solid. Richard says mesmerizing. I find that too, and those two-dimensional looks of the radar. I love that. Leebop is just being silly. Sometimes people just jump on here and comment stuff. But yeah, guys, if you got any questions, though, specifically about where this is headed or anything like that, please let me know. And as Lee just said, those reports, we truly, truly appreciate it. It helps the forecast, helps it, because we wouldn't have known to analyze that two-dimensional look of the storm to see if that hail threat was there if you guys didn't let us know. So it really does help out a lot. But this is right outside of World Golf Village. It is coming down pretty heavy there right now. Actually, I'm going to scoot a little bit further towards the south. We'll take a look out at St. Augustine. Downtown St. Augustine looking... that camera doesn't really show much right now. Another look out at just south of World Golf Village where this is kind of headed. And you got the winds up right now.
Mayport had a thunderstorm wind gust of 43 miles an hour. And that was just after 11:30. And let's see, at the airport, there was a gust of 39 miles an hour. So those are our latest wind gust reports associated with thunderstorms. So we had higher winds ahead of the thunderstorms than actually when the thunderstorms came through. It happens.
And it really, I think it just, the atmosphere stabilized enough by the time it got towards Jacksonville that, not for nothing, but definitely better than what it could have been if the
Yes.
conditions remained unstable.
So here's your radar now. So again, places like Fernandina clearing out. You're not done with the rain, but you're done with the severe weather threat, it looks like, for the most part. We'll watch that one little cell. Let's zoom on into that. There.
The one, oh yeah. Fernandina's about to get a nice
So
little
another,
roll.
on the south end of Amelia Island, another little heavy rain, a little downpour about to move through your area, moving over Talbot Island. And then let's just see, I'll work our way south. So downtown, you still have a few little showers out there, but looks like behind you, we're done. So almost at the finish line.
I'll show, you can toss up my screen here. I got
Yeah.
that view over 295.
Nice.
And
Ooh,
I-
look at all those raindrops. But
Yeah, but
it's better.
It definitely shielding out, as we like to call it, instead of having these dark cumulonimbus clouds. It's more becoming the stratiform. So you kind of see that it's just this flat, elevated cloud layer there. It's just indicating stability working into the atmosphere here. And if we look, just look a little bit further towards the west on I-10, and this is out towards the I-10, I-295 interchange, and that's what it looks like there right now. So it's rapidly improving on the backside of this.
So, you see World Golf Village. If we pull up my radar, you just got through the worst of it, but there's still some heavy rain over St. John's, Durban, Nocatee area. And then behind it, Middleburg, you have a few little showers there as well. So places like Orange Park, you're not done with the rain just yet. You could be hit by a few of these little lingering showers, but just give it a little bit of time and then you'll be in the clear as well. Continuing to work our way south now. More rain, the heaviest of the rain about to move into St. Augustine. And then from there, it's right now the worst over Hastings. That's moving east too. So Butler Beach, you're about to get the worst of it down towards Marineland, but it's moving out of Palatka, and we did get a comment that Palatka's cooling down. But Palatka, you might not be done with the rain yet either, because look at these showers. Let me zoom out a little bit. You still have all the redevelopment of these showers behind it. So Robert, I feel like we're seeing more of these showers behind that initial line starting to form. So
Yeah,
once again, Keystone Heights getting that rain, and that's moving towards, say, the Green Cove Springs area. So not completely done with the rain just yet in the
But
Jacksonville area.
Good news is that I think the severe threat for those areas that's gone.
Severe is done. I just don't want people to say, oh, I can now go on my afternoon walk,
Yes.
and then where are these showers again? So just give it a little bit of time, because unfortunately we got a little bit of redevelopment of shower activity on the back end of this line.
Just trying to, I think I'm going to pull up the camera right here near the outlet malls on 295. I know it is because all that construction going on right there constantly. But just towards the north, it kind of it's a little bit rained out there. Looking off towards the north, this is towards State Route 16. So this is going to start to go downhill the next few minutes. And as you mentioned, you just mentioned it's approaching St. Augustine. So kind of seeing conditions deteriorate for that area. In fact, there we go. So I was just pulling up State Road 16. So nope, that's not it. Right there. So this is where that camera is right there, and then we'll flip back to it. So you can kind of see what we're talking about. The conditions starting to deteriorate as it moves off in that direction. And that's a little bit, you just pulled up a camera of Volano Beach, right?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I did not realize my screen was up. If you were trying to look at radar. But this is Ponte Vedra, towards the Volano Beach area. We have another Volano. Let me click.
Paula said Hale and Nocatee. All right.
Okay, so same cell.
Same
pretty much.
cell, yeah.
Please send in your pictures. Hale and Nocatee. Do you want to go back and
Yeah, we're gonna
look at that cell again?
Well, I'm gonna loop back here. I'm gonna go last 30 minutes. Let's see if I can. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I think I see the Hale core here. By the way, guys, I'm looking down. Sometimes you might see it looks like we're just like falling asleep. Both me and Lee have computers on our desk here. If you haven't figured that out yet, so I'm actually gonna take a 3-dimensional look on it this time. So we're gonna grab this whole cell and look off to the side here. Okay, that was useless. We're not going to do that. We're gonna. Oh, here, by the way, that's the outlet mall. See how it's just picking up real quick right there. So that's coming towards St. Augustine. Not severe, but it's bouncing a little bit. People are slowing down the roads. Anyways, back to the Nocatee here. I'm going to get a nice little two-dimensional look on that cell. Let's see if we do even have the smallest of hail cores kind of kicking off through here. Maybe it's an elevated layer of, you kind of see that area in red there, about 5,000 feet. And we do have a little bit peaking up over 10,000 just there towards the left. Now, that's not to say maybe in the last 15 minutes, let's rewind this a little bit. Could it have been higher? Possibly. But it's flirting with that 10,000 foot layer. And that freezing level definitely is going to come down with that colder air coming in with our front. So even if these are popping up over 10,000 feet, it doesn't surprise me. How large, Paula, was the hail in Nocatee? Because if it was large, I'm sure we would see it definitively here on radar. But you get those little sleek kind of pellets. Sometimes they don't get completely picked up here on our radar. Yeah, that's a side look. Let me go back.
So, and I have a camera at of St. Augustine, and it looks like we're getting rain on our camera now.
So that is looking across the marina, right?
Right.
It looks like right over the Bridge of Lions, there's like this just little shot of pre-leading precip. It's not the main line. That still is back towards I-95, but they're kind of getting this little light rain. That's the drops you're seeing. But in the distance, that's the shelf cloud kind of working its way on.
All right, I'm going to zoom right on into St. Augustine. Let's see. Get a close look.
By the way, we got 5 more minutes of this stream, and then we're going to cut it. And we're going to, if you're watching on First Coast News Plus, we're going to be going to First Coast News at noon. And if you... we might come back at 1 o'clock. We'll see how this line is rolling along here. If it's off the picture, we're not going to come back.
So I think it will probably be done by 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So,
but of course, Lou's got you.
Yeah, Lou will be tracking it for you at First Coast News at noon. So make sure you have First Coast News Plus downloaded, Roku, all of that good stuff, and you can stream the noon newscast or good old-fashioned television. You can just turn on the noon newscast as well, and Lou will track the rest of this for you. So yeah, we do have 5 minutes left.
So if you got questions, get it in now.
That's true. Yeah. We would love to get any of your last minute questions. I really want to see a picture of this hail from the St. Johns County areas.
Actually, I should check our Weather Watchers page too. Our First Coast News Weather Watchers are always submitting stuff, and sometimes I forget about it.
Are you checking that right now, or do you want me to do that?
No, we don't have any hail or anything. We got a lot of good sunrise photos, which we'll show later on.
Red sky in the morning.
Which, perfect, lined up. Red sky in the morning. Sailors take...
Morning.
We see out there.
Storm on the way.
But looks like St. Augustine, give it, I mean, can you pull up the timing here? I mean, the point is the next few minutes, St. Augustine's going to be looking at showers running over them, right?
Oh, sure, like you track it like a line. Sure thing.
Yeah. And just consistency in progging, the winds we have seen along this line have been estimated about 35 to 45, not estimated, reports of 35 to 45 miles per hour. So it's not severe by any means, but as you've seen, you know, we had a little hail. Somebody was out there at Reading Point saying, not a good time to be out here. It's stuff that kind of get blown around. Not the worst. In St. Augustine, you're going to be in the same boat here in just a second.
Yeah. I mean, you already have those showers moving in, and then it's the heavier rain and the gusty winds right along that. One more look at our winds all across the area, too. Let's see if I can...
So I'm sure if you're watching First Coast News at noon, which you should be, Lou is going to start off, our meteorologist, Louis Turner. He's in the studio right now, all set up and ready to go for this. I guarantee he's going to start off with a live look. I say that. Watch him not do it. But I would be starting off with a live look over St. Augustine here. Do you want us to wrap right at noon, or you want us to go?
76 degrees.
Rabbit-Nucas is going to go from this.
Solid. You give me a nice little countdown.
Yeah, count us down.
76, yeah. Look at
sorry,
Palm
I can
Coast.
pull that up. Here we go. Yeah, 76 St. Augustine, 79 in Palm Coast.
Which is just more instability, which is why I still think we could be looking at some decent thunderstorms maybe over Palm Coast as this kind of kicks further south. Maybe not severe, but some lightning kind of kicking out of it is definitely in the cards.
Yeah, let's take another look here. So, Yeah, that main line now pushing into St. Augustine, gonna hit Palm Coast, Marine Land, and then behind it you just have these showers that are popping up behind it, but nothing severe. So once that main line gets through your area, you're done with the severe threat. And then behind it, just some shower activity out there. I'm gonna keep zooming out, just a big picture all across the First Coast so everyone can see, because as we've shown a couple of times, Waycross, you have had beautiful blue skies. So you are done. Lake City, you're done. Brunswick,
Okay.
the last of those showers continue to move through. But look at that lightning. Wait, flashing right along the beaches. Real quick, gonna zoom in there.
All right, so we're gonna have to start signing off here in the next few minutes. While you're doing that, let's. I'm gonna show you over downtown too. So we got lightning just offshore.
Oh, no.
Downtown there's not. I have
Right
a
over
camera.
Mayport, there was a lightning flash
Ooh,
too.
There's a strike right there too. So we're still got residual lightning, but you can see here. I like this shot. This is a good way to end our stream, I think, because you can see the blue sky starting to work its way in off towards the west on the west side of Jacksonville. It's not over yet. It's coming towards St. Augustine. In Lee, you just said Mayport's got a couple lightning strikes. So
Yep.
still going to monitor it here at First Coast News at noon. So make sure you're watching on First Coast News Plus as well as on Fire Stick, Roku. Thanks for everybody who commented here on our Facebook page over the last 4 hours. We've been tracking this. Lee, you got anything you want to add before we sign off here?
No, just thank you so much for watching with us over these past hours. We appreciate your viewership.
All right. Well, have a great day, guys. And if you got photos, reports, send them our way.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a great day.
We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything, it's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast. Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner. But by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day. Earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded. I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
Every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast's most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast's most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner. But by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day. Earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here, and I worked really hard to get back here.
because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by the First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner, but by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day, earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by First Coast's most accurate weather team.
love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner, but by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day, earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by the First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast's most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast's most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner. But by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day, earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by the First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner. But by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day, earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast. Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by the First Coast's most accurate weather team.
love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner, but by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day. Earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast's most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast's most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner. But by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you are ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day, earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for Southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and Northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by the First Coast's most accurate weather team.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby.
I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all of that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville, and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.
Strong showers and some thunderstorms moving across southeast Georgia and through Duval for the rest of our morning and into the early afternoon. I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner, but by early afternoon, with how fast these storms are moving, things will improve quickly. Then we'll be left with some sunny conditions, but very, very windy conditions. We are under a wind advisory right now with 30-mile-an-hour winds possible and higher gusts sustained through Wednesday night and into Thursday when things really begin to cool down. With your most accurate forecast, I'm First Coast News meteorologist Lewis Turner.
We're going to call it a weather alert period between 3 and 7.
I love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared and you're ready to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day, earning your trust. We can't be on your side by just telling you that.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
People plan their day around the forecast, and we know that.
We do our best to give you the most accurate outlook, and it's even graded.
I think it's an honor to be a part of the most accurate weather team. How can I be a better forecaster and better communicator for you?
Every storm,
every forecast.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick. You're watching the First Coast News Weather Channel. We are proud to have been named the most accurate weather team in Jacksonville for the 5th year in a row by Weather Rate. We take our forecasting very seriously, and we want to get every detail right and accurate. We know weather impacts your day, whether it's going to work, going to school, running errands, going to the beach, or out on the water. You need to know what time that rain is going to arrive, how hot it's going to be, if fog is going to impact you, or if it's windy. And we want to nail it every day for you. We promise to keep working hard to stay the most accurate when it comes to forecasting for the First Coast.
You're looking for answers. You need to understand the facts. You want the truth.
So I've been doing this over 42 years. It is not boring.
The First Coast is my home. I grew up here and I worked really hard to get back here.
Because I want you to be ready for what's coming.
You got to make sure you're exactly on point with your forecast. Being part of the most accurate weather team, we can give you that trust, helping you stay safe.
Every single day, I can become a better forecaster.
You earn someone's trust by showing up every day for them.
Why does it matter in a forecast? Trust it isn't everything, it's the only thing.
Consistency with, the accuracy in your forecast. You're planning your day around it. You're planning your life around the weather forecast.
Every storm.
Every forecast.
We are earning your trust.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
Rely on the team working every day to earn your trust. First Coast News on your side.
Hi, folks. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner, working here at First Coast News. We're on your side. Been here since 2010, forecasting the weather for southeast Georgia, for the First Coast and northeast Florida. And it is a blessing and a treat to get to do it and work here with the First Coast News Weather Channel, which is powered by the First Coast's most accurate weather team.
love to forecast the weather.
My passion is making sure you are prepared to start your day.
I grew up watching First Coast News. I grew up watching Tim Deegan.
Meteorology is not only my job, it's my hobby. I love being a meteorologist. I love being a part of your day.
When it comes to a forecast, trust isn't just one thing. Trust is the only thing that matters.
Earning your trust is just the beginning. We promise to keep it.
The First Coast's most accurate weather team, sponsored by AC Designs.
I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side. I've been working in meteorology for almost 20 years now, working with the Navy, even at Naval Station Mayport, as well as overseas, inside and covering typhoons, some of the biggest storms on Earth, and taking all that knowledge back here to the First Coast and in the Jacksonville and help tracking our hurricanes and severe weather in our neighborhood, knowing how they impact not only our local community, but the military as well. And number one thing, of course, is being on your side, keeping you safe with your most accurate forecast. So make sure you download that First Coast News app, and also you can stream our newscast on First Coast News FCN Plus, as well as any severe weather or special weather coverage as well. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta, First Coast News on your side.
First Coast News on your side with Weather Impact Alert Days. When weather conditions could inconvenience you, let the First Coast most accurate weather team prepare you for Weather Impact Alert Days, highlighted in our forecast days in advance. Trust our forecast to give you more clarity on the days you need to be aware. We're committed to make sure you know what's to come so you can be ready for it. Trust the First Coast most accurate weather team. Trust Weather Impact Alert Days.